budget?
I have the admin paper, like, there's not any memos or any.
Nothing, because everything, whatever this gonna discuss is supposedly be, if there's any
Okay.
passing on.
Yeah,
That's.
she sent it up with no recommendation, so there's no report. Yeah. Budget, budget.
That's always been down.
Optimistic, I'll take it.
So you know, which is this thing? Stop running. This month, yeah, to make some, 7 o'clock is a full. You want me to take copies? Should you know? The document are after that? I remember I wanted that. It's skin, all of this skin is so fat, like, it's nice skin color. 316.
316.24.
I don't have glasses. I don't have glasses.
It's memorizing. You can't believe that.
I did that a month ago. Actually, I was like, yeah, I don't know. Because that's, my eyes are like, sometimes they catch you, focus. So if I move it back and forth, I catch it. As soon as I got them, they pulled up and up, and I just progressively worse. As soon as I
tear gas concert at the Rolling Stones at Lynn's Manning Hall.
I don't know if it was bullshit.
First time I ever got tear gas.
You were there?
I was there, cops let us in. Manning Hall, Lynn. They said it was the first concert at the University of California, holding the staff, the security and the staff. No, I wasn't in the service yet. Somebody says, was that the Monty's Power Blackout? Power Blackout was November, it was about 1966. So I was in college.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
had-
it's not bad, yeah.
I had just started to do my homework for, and then the lights went, I got through that.
I remember that. I was on my friend. And he goes, the lights went out. I went out the alley. The lights were stepping out there.
For the holiday, did all.
Actually, Eastern Massachusetts got their festival.
They were like,
MBT's Power Blackout. Started, and that's not generated in Eastern Massachusetts.
Over the rest.
They took this week time.
How many days?
I would say it wasn't days, it wasn't hours.
We lost our last year. Very hot.
That's how.
we did.
You remember the trip where
I did.
you had the rush?
No, I don't. I never saw them lose power. The only time I lost power was when the gas was flowing when they shut it on.
Okay.
And one other time was when we did that torrential downpour. I was glad I never lost power. Was that when we had that torrential downpour in August, right? Was that was on a Friday? We lost power then, that's the only other time I lost power.
How many days did you have?
It came on about the next morning.
Isn't, why wasn't it one of those people that
I got this conversation with this old worker.
Is it
less than 14? It's Jewish I have no idea. Yes. Yes, and no. Yes, I mean, okay, no. If there's something critical, if there's a big fraud, something like that, people don't have a right to know what's going on. If there's a hostage situation,
His counsel,
a gazillion people get shot, you know, they want to keep people alive. See what's not okay. I'll be there. Right in the middle of the house, up and down the street. Vision bees, this whole, where they go down for what reason, on a 10 or 15 minute delay. Well, obviously, the crime rate is low. If you got a newspaper that doesn't report crime, you don't know what else happened. He was making the city, in my opinion, he was making the city look safer. Well, and I also, request, National Grid to come out, let's take this as National Grid, you know what you're occasionally I can listen to the film. They get a two-channel system. One is clear. Each part they go through I don't really get, I get the, maybe they'll be ambulances. It doesn't do anything. All I hear is the dispatch, the fire. The ambulances, they get their, they transmit, their critical information to the other shop. I don't really achieve it.
Aqui tá frio. Tudo tem frio. Mira, mira la melanchina. Es una vida enorme.
They still had a whole bunch of those bombs. And I heard when he burned his brother over. Well, he's got the death sentence on him, but they're trying to find out if the death sentence is appropriate because they're questioning something about the one of the jurors. I have my own thoughts about what should be done, but I can't watch it.
think something. Home bio. Good evening and welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee. Today is Monday, June 24th. It is now 6:21 in the evening. With me tonight, I have to my left Councilor Wendy Luzon and Council President Giovanni Rodriguez. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that persons who would like to listen or view this meeting while in progress may either attend here in the City Council chamber or use our Facebook and YouTube pages. At this point, can you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilors, we don't have any minutes to approve, so we're going right into it. Item 300-24, acceptance of gift from Charles Dahar and Commonwealth Motors, forcible entry prop in the value of $8,605, brought to us by Chief Moriarty. Chief, you have the floor.
Good evening, councilors. How are you? As you all know, our budgets are tight, and Mr. Dare and his family at Commonwealth are extremely generous, and every now and then he tries to get us something that we could use. And this time he got us what's called a forcible entry door prop. And I know that probably didn't mean much to you, so I printed up some pictures of it for you if you wanted. I didn't think of the pictures till today, or I would have submitted them with the thing, but it's made of heavy steel metal. They're made down in New York. It was shipped to us, or will be shipped to us, so we can use it. It's one of the critical tasks we perform in any building fire is forcible entry, being able to get in a door, maintain control of that door so the fire doesn't blow out at us, get in, do a search, or attack the fire. It's an excellent prop. It's extremely popular in the fire service, and we've had to borrow a number of these from different communities in the past, so now we'll have our own. So I thank Commonwealth Motors and Charlie Dare and hope to do a presser with them if people approve it.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions or comments?
Sure.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, did you get in touch with them for them to be able to do this for the city of Lawrence?
I did.
Did you introduce the issue and then they consider it?
Say that again?
Did you introduce them the issue and then they consider it?
I did, yeah. He's an extremely generous, friendly man. We have a nice conversation. He says, what do you need? And I said, well, we could use this. We've had to borrow it a few times, and our budgets are tight. And so he said, I'm taking care of that for you, Brian.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief, for doing that. That's very impressive.
Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
No comment. It's
Okay.
always to see.
I will make a motion to send it to the full council with a favorable recommendation.
Motion has been made, seconded by Councilor Luzon. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. And the ayes have it. Thank you,
Thanks,
Chief.
councilors.
Thank you.
Item 302-24, authorization to expend grant funds in the amount of $79,996.90 from the Commonwealth Transportation Infrastructure Enhancement Trust Fund, brought to us by DPW Director Jorge Jaime. Is anyone from DPW here tonight? Seeing none, can I have a motion to table this item?
Motion to table this item?
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Or is that the attorney?
Just for the record, I want to tell you that DPW Director Jorge Jaime had a family emergency today, because I had meetings scheduled with him earlier in the day, and he was unable to take it, so I don't want you to think that he did not show up here on purpose, but I know that he was available all day today.
Thank you. What was that? Does the committee feel comfortable with that? I mean, I don't care. All right. All right, Counselor President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going over what is this intake about, what the intakes of this item is, based on what I'm reading. So essentially, payment markings within our city have been lacked for years. Having this opportunity of getting $80,000 that I believe is related to the share right trust fund for the state of Massachusetts, it's a great opportunity to enhance safety. So essentially, we have seen that lately we have, the city of London have painted the markings around the downtown area and the stop lines. To me, as a civil engineer, that's very important. I don't see many cities and towns going away without having proper payment marking very often. So, councilors, I would like this to be considered at least as a committee report if the committee feel comfortable with when it comes to the intakes of the real meaning of the item. And knowing the fact that the director have an emergency, proudly, we can consider this as a committee report. The CAF is here.
I could just fill in one thing. This is we get a piece of every Uber and Lyft drive. That's where this money comes from. And we do have to tell the Commonwealth how we're going to use it. There are no limitations pretty much. So we just have to tell them how to use it. So I believe that's what Jorge was attempting to do, to get permission to spend this grant money so you can tell the state we're going to do these crosswalks.
Yeah, if I remember correctly from last year, we got $104,000, right?
Yeah, I don't remember the number, but I know every year we get a piece of the Uber and Lyft.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, councilors, if you guys feel comfortable with this being sent as a committee report, knowing the fact that they're going to be using it exclusively for the enhancement of the safety of the downtown area.
Can I have a motion to send this up as a committee report?
I'll make the motion.
Motion has been made by Council President. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Council Luzon. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. And the ayes have it. Item 303-24, the transfer in the amount of $511,000 with $100 of ARPA funds to the Home Buyer Assistance Program from various accounts, brought to us by Senior Advisor Spanner. Advisor Spanner, you have the floor.
Yes. Committee Chairperson Infante, City Councilors, Council President, good evening. This is a request to transfer the remaining funds from the enterprise agencies, the cemetery, the airport, as well as the water and sewer department, to transfer the remaining funds to be used for home buyer program. During my presentation before you, I believe it was last year during the previous city council, I've indicated a transfer that the mayor wanted to use some of these funds specifically for people that are looking for homes to buy. Sometimes there's a gap of funding, and some families would need just a little push for them to purchase their home in the city. So the funds will be used specifically for that.
Councilors, any questions or comments? Director?
Hi, Awilda Pimentel, 360 Merrimack Street, Community Development Director. We really want this program to be implemented for our Laurentians. This program will create housing stability and new opportunities. This home buyer program will focus on meeting the housing needs of our residents. And as you know, the housing costs have risen and the home ownership has become unreachable for many. So we are dedicated to building the wealth of our residents. And this administration, we want to break that cycle of poverty and create generational wealth for our Laurentians. So we expect your support to help us in this mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilor Luzon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Pimentel, do we know how many people have used this assistant for this fiscal year?
0.
Oh.
Well, this is a new program. that
No, I
we're
mean, but
trying to-
I know that there's a home buyer program in the city, or this is
Yes.
something different?
Yeah, we're trying to design a home buyers program with these funds that's a little bit different than the first-time home buyers program that is with the HUD limits, which are extremely low, and that is why we haven't had anyone purchase. And last year, we only had 2 purchases,
For the
first-time home buyers program.
okay, so 2 people in the entire city have used the funds?
The first-time home buyers.
The first
funds
time?
For last year.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah,
Council President.
because of the prices and the cost has gone up, as you know. Also, the interest rates are extremely high. So a lot of the residents, in order to even qualify for mortgage, most likely have to, join with someone else for a mortgage application so that their income can be higher. So it's just been a real big battle for the people to purchase at this time.
Thank you. Council President?
Okay, let me get to understand this new program. Thank you for the information, Director Pimentel. So first-time home buyer, that's you mentioned that's a program that is funded with the HUD money, with the home money, and there are very limited amounts of dollars that goes to the people. How much money goes to the first-time home buyers in the city of Lawrence?
Right now, we have about $500 and something thousand in that account for first-time home buyers.
And how much each person that applied, that qualified, I get?
We only had 2 last year.
No, how much? How much they get when they apply?
Well, one was part of the HEROES program, so that one was $20,000, and the other one was $50,000.
So, within the first-time home buyer, you have different programs?
We have the HEROES, which is for first responders for the city of Lawrence. That one's $20,000.
And that was a first-time home buyer, the hero?
Yes,
Why he didn't get the 50 then?
the income limit.
Oh,
They
the
wouldn't
income limit.
qualify.
Okay. What is the income limit for somebody to qualify for a first-time home buyer?
I can send you all the guidelines. We have different for a family, a head of household of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They're all different, but I can send you those.
So you don't have it with you?
I don't have those HUD ones, no.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
No.
I haven't finished it. So, that's the first-time home buyer. So you will send the threshold for the first-time home buyer, and usually people get 50K.
Yes. But those incomes, as you will see when I send you the chart, are very low. And then in order for you to qualify right now with the interest rates and the cost of houses, you have to make more income than what those people actually make.
Yes, I agree. But the issues that I have is that the first-time home buyer, they might need more help compared to somebody that already own a home, because you're not distinguishing when it comes to home buyers assistance program. So that could be somebody that have owned multiple property in the city of Lawrence
Well,
and
in
take
this program
advantage
will
of this.
also be owner occupied. Will be
I
owner-occupied
understand.
as
I
well.
understand that. That's one of the requirements. So that was gonna be my next question. What's the requirement of the program, because we don't have those details.
Yeah, that would be owner occupied. Yeah, and also, they want to place a 5-year restriction, well, they will have to live in the home in the city of Lawrence for 5 years.
So 5 years.
Owner
living in
occupied.
Lawrence. And homeowner occupy. And not necessarily any type of limit when it comes to amount of property that you owned in the past.
We have not established that yet, but we can.
Why don't this program goes to the first-time home buyers with limitations when it comes to income?
Well, they will qualify as well. So like a
Yeah, but I
first-time home
mean-
buyer will qualify the same way.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, the thing is like, first-time home buyer tend to need more than somebody that already own the house, because it could be that you are homeowner already, and this is your the second property or investment, because we don't know.
It won't be investment property, it'll be owner occupied, so they will have to live there, but
Yeah.
No, I understand, but the thing is like when you own a home, your first home, and you move into a second home, the second home, not necessarily as an investment, is the owner occupied home, but you already have an investment property, which was the first one.
Yeah.
Different than the first time home buyer, those requirements are not, those type of issues are not gonna exist.
Yeah, Counselor, I think that that can mean, that can be part of one of the requirements that you may have, right? And could be included. This is the issue. If you limit it to the first home buyer program, and let's say someone has a home, but let's say by foreclosure, loss of employment, they have to wait, I don't know how many years before they can apply again.
What do you mean? Go ahead.
When you're a first home buyer first home buyer program, okay, it's not specifically, to my understanding, a first home buyer. After a certain period of time that goes by, you become eligible to qualify for the program as well.
If you don't own a home.
Sorry, if you don't own a home. So
Yeah.
So you're correct. What we're saying is, don't limit to the first home buyer program. You can stipulate conditions, like the ones that you just mentioned, as long as the property, the owner doesn't have more than one or two properties, because then they're gonna rent it. And that's what we don't want. We don't want them to be home or occupied. What we're preventing is that someone, let's say you have a home, and all of a sudden, because of the economy, a loss of employment, that you lost your home. So how many years does it take before you can go back and qualify?
Well, the way that I'm seeing is like we have young generations that also need help. And if somebody already lost a home, I think that we can provide an opportunity to somebody that haven't owned a home as a first-time home buyer with a new set of guidelines, perhaps on the limit of the total amount that they make. So if we increase the limit when it comes to, because this is the thing, we identify an issue on the first-time home buyer that we currently have because of the limitation that the federal guidance have. This is a local funds that can be used with another set of treasure. If we identify the issue on the first-time home buyer, which is that, why don't we just change the limit of the income and keep on persisting on first-time home buyers? Because we have a new generation coming up that they're not going to be able to afford a home at all. And that's kind of like, the trick portion of it. If we just increase the limit on the income that they're making, probably a lot of people might take advantage of it, but not necessarily for, previously owned buyers.
Council President, we leave it at the pleasure of the committee to make the recommendation. I don't think staff nor we don't have we're just considering the circumstances that exist currently post-COVID. But if the city council is adamant about it, then you vote. Make the decision.
We can discuss this at this level, and then we can probably make recommendations.
Councilor Zone.
So my concern here is that we are approving something without guidelines. There's not actually a program presented to us about how this is going to work. So I'm kind of uncomfortable of approving something without knowing where this money is going and the guidelines for a program. So we're just approving a name, basically, and leaving the door open for any possible guidelines that the department chooses to include. And my other question is for Director Pimentel, if I may, Madam Chair, is how much funds do we have available in the first home buyer program? The first home buyer, because this is another, so this is different according to, it's supposed to be called Home Buyer Assistance Program, which is the program that you're presenting to us without guidelines.
No,
And-
what we're saying, Counselor, is we want to design this program. We don't have any objections to any recommendations that you want to make. This is why we're here. What we do see is a problem that we're trying to address is why these residents cannot qualify for down payment assistance and cannot become homeowners right now. And it's because of these income limits. Now, we have raised the down payment assistance, which the mayor did that, which before it was only $25,000. And he raised it to $50,000. And still then, a lot of people cannot qualify when they go to the bank to get a mortgage. So we want to design this program, and if whatever recommendations you have, we obviously want to consider that and implement it, because what we want to do is get people to purchase home and have equity so they can create generational wealth. It's unfortunate that right now we have a lot of professionals that don't even own a home, don't even own a condo. They're renting or living with family because of the system that we have right now, and also the high interest rates. So we want to be able to help our Laurentians.
Yeah, thank you, Director Pimentel. I completely agreed with you, and I understand your concern. I'm a resident of Lawrence for more than 25 years. I do understand your concern. But my other suggestion is, why not build a program and come to us with a program with guidelines, and so we can approve it? Because right now, if we move this, we just approving a name for a potential program. That's what I wanted to put out there. My second question, Director, is how much funds do we have available in the first-time home buyer program? Because you mentioned that only 2 people applied because of the difficulties that you explained, Bali, that you explained to us. I wanted to ask her again, because I didn't hear. How many?
Well, you're still speaking, so I'm listening.
Yeah.
Before we get to that question, I do see, Councilor Luzon, that you're looking at your agenda. The name of the program is misnamed on that, and it wasn't it was emailed to us, but it wasn't fixed on our actual agenda. So I just want to make that
Madam
clear.
Chair, so the new program is going to be called?
It's called Home Buyer Assistance Program. Yep,
That's
not
the
first.
program
Yep.
that she's talking to
Okay, I was
us
just
about.
making sure, because I saw you looking down.
Thank you. No, yes. I
Continue,
always check it
Director.
on my notes, and I appreciate your suggestion, Madam Chair. But my question, if it's possible, how much funds we have available in the first buyer program? The one that is,
Yes, I understand, the HUD one.
yes, thank you.
The first-time home buyers program has about $500,000, but I can get you that exact number because it's been sitting there. So, we can also move it to like the home funds. I know Sue Fink is here because it is part of the home funds pool from HUD.
And if it gets approved, Director, are you planning to merge?
No, we can't merge.
No, you can merge.
No.
Okay, good.
The Housing and Urban Development funding for home or CDBG or ESG, we cannot merge that with our ARPA funds or free cash. We can augmentate a program and expand it, but we can't merge those funds because we are accountable for our HUD funds and we're accountable to our free cash.
Thank you for the explanation. So it's still not a lot of money.
It's not.
Yeah, that's still not a lot of money.
But I think we will be able to help a lot of people that are ready right now and that it will qualify, because that is the other piece, the high interest rates and who can qualify for these mortgages. So, we're going to do our best to help these people, whether getting them ready credit-wise or financially. We want to help them. But this program will be excellent for the people.
I totally agree. My only concern is that we don't have nothing in front of us with guidelines for potential participants. But I think it's a great idea. I think it's needed. But I also, as a counselor, my concern is that if I vote in favor of moving this to full council, I'm approving a program without guidelines. And I would like
we don't do
personally
anything
see
without no guidelines, but what I can do
yes.
to address your concern is I can submit to you the 1-800, AMI, the area median income from 180 to 200, which is what we want to do and implement with this program. I can submit to you those guidelines. maybe design an application that's similar to the first-time home buyers, but it's gonna be modified to us, to the city of Lawrence, without the HUD guidance. I can submit that to you and see if you guys can approve that, and, or make any recommendations that we can implement together for this program, because in essence, it's for your constituents. I'm not a political figure, I'm not elected, but I want to help my people in Lawrence, so it's for your constituents.
No, and
Thank you.
we agree. I mean, we are not saying that it's a bad idea. It's a great idea, but once again, I would like to see a complete program before approving this amount of money, which I think is not enough, by the way. I
It's
think
not
it's
enough,
not
but
enough. Let's put
Financially,
it
I
out.
think that's what we're able to get for this program. But
Thank
if
you,
there's more,
Councilor
I would
Lozon.
love for it to be more.
I have a question for the CAFO, or I don't know if Advisor Spanner, either one can answer, but I'm looking at the memo here, and this memo was received by the city clerk on the 12th. I'm going to read it as follows. Transfer of $511,000 with $100 from ARPA funds to the Home Buyer Assistance Program. It's coming from the Cemetery Division, $250,000, Airport, $200,000, and DPW/Water, $61,100. And then this memo ends with paperwork to follow. What paperwork specifically are you guys referring to?
No, it's the transfer between the remaining. So I believe, Susan?
So what is the paperwork that we're missing?
That's the information that we had, that was the actual evidence of the remaining balance of each one of from the cemetery, from the airport, and from the water and sewer department. This is what happened. Sue was in a conference that week that we sent it, sorry? Yeah, it was in a conference. And so we called her, and then she gave us the information, but I think you can provide the info. I mean, that's the balance of each one of the departments.
Thank you. So this is what I recommend to the committee. This is what I'm hearing. I would like to see that document. I also would like to see a tentative program overview before moving forward on this. I recommend that the committee tables this item until we get further documentations. That's my recommendation as a chair. Council President.
Sure. So, let me put it in perspective. We identified an issue for the first-time home buyer. The issue is the time limit. Anything else that is an issue with the program, other than the funds limit for somebody to apply?
Excuse me, repeat again?
We identified the issue with the first-time home buyer through the home funds, right? Mm-hmm. That issue is the limit when it comes to the income, right? The income limit. Other than that, what other issue it's on that program that might not help?
Let
me see.
Good evening,
this is
councilors.
yours.
One other issue with the HUD-funded first-time home buyer program is as you increase the amount of HUD funds that a property receives, the affordable housing restriction gets longer. And a lot of people don't want to have a 10-year restriction. So if you get $50,000, you're up to a 10 to 15-year affordable housing restriction. So some people aren't interested in adding that onto their property.
Okay, I understand. So we have limits on income and extension of the time within the program, right? So we wanted to reduce to 5 years, right? And we want to increase the limit on the incomes. Why don't we adopt the same program of the first-time home buyer, except for those two criteria? And then we have a protection from the federal government program, which I don't know what it is, but we do because they build it in. And we only move or change the limit on the incomes to higher up and the reduction of the timing on the years for the people to stay on that program. And then we have a guidance that is well developed by the federal government, and we identify those issues that are affecting the community, which is those two. Why don't we adopt those?
I think the body, your body is a policy and.
Yeah, but I mean-
But I mean, that's not something that, I mean, it's perfect. But we brought it before you in order to make, to see what the wishes are from you, from the legislature.
And I understand that,
Madam
and I
Chair.
think that, through you, Madam Chair, and I think that that's absolutely wrong. That's absolutely wrong that you're leaving it up to the city council.
No.
Because the thing is like, we are not a full-time employee that actually can develop those. I have some experience based on previous year that I've been here, but I mean, and I can tell you that amount of money that we approve throughout, because I always look at this program, because I know it's gonna help the community. But it's not fair that we need to think through this type of things.
And it should
I
be
think that
coming-
it should be a
coming
documentation
ready.
coming from the
It should be
administration,
coming
because
ready.
you guys are the full-timers.
If we bring something before you, even if it's documented, you still have the power to change it, and it happened
Yes.
before.
Yes, we change it.
What we're asking, since this is a very delicate situation, we have the funds that was brought before you before you approved not by the entire body, because we have 2 or maybe 3 or 4 new councilors. But in the previous city council, the previous body, we came before you and said that we were going to transfer that amount of money that is left over from each one of the enterprises and use it as because the mayor didn't want it to be transferred. The question that we had, which was kind of difficult, was we'll transfer it. We made certain recommendations tonight, right? For instance, with the 5 years, but then and I agree. So we're not coming here for a total approval. We're coming here to see what this body would like to do, and then we will prepare a document based on the wishes that will be adopted by
Okay,
the
Madam Chair.
we need to move forward.
Yeah,
So
through you, Madam Chair.
this is what we're going to do. I'm
Yep.
gonna cut this discussion here. There are pending items that the board would like to see. At this point, you guys, I've already stated, I've already summarized the additional information that the Budget and Finance Committee would like to see. At this point, can I have a motion to table?
Motion to table.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? There's a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. Oh, roll call, Maria.
Roll call. Councilor Wendy Luzon,
Yes.
Councilor President Giovanni Rodriguez, Councilor Vivian Marmol,
Yes.
and Chairwoman Stephanie
Yes.
Infante.
Maria, is Director Castillo there? Can you get him, please? Item 304-24, authorization to expend grant funds in the amount of $250,000 for the Community Compact Municipal Fiber Grant, brought to us by our IT Director Castillo. I know he's here somewhere. Or we do have the CAFO. CAFO?
Here, second, I can.
Oh, he's here.
I just preface it, say it's he applied for $250,000 from the state from the Community Compact Grant, and we were awarded the amount. He's gonna explain what he's gonna use it for.
Sorry, guys.
You were helping us
Good
in the
evening,
back.
councilors. I was back there, everywhere, as you all know.
You have the floor,
Carlos
Director.
Castillo, 8 Greenwood Street. Good evening, councilors. As Mark was saying, I had the opportunity to apply for a fiber grant. Okay, so I'm actually asking permission to spend it on fiber-related issues that we still have. My plan is to start, I have in mind to create a fiber backup, right? Right now, we have a single point of failure, so my plan is to create a second point of failure. And with that money,
Councilor
what happened?
President.
Don't say too much on the plan.
Oh, all right. No, so the plan is to spend it on fiber-related grants. Need to create a secondary point of redundancy for our fiber network, and that's what I'm planning to use it for. And with your approval, I'm hoping that I can use it for that.
Motion to send it to the full council with a recommendation.
Motion's been
Second.
made, properly seconded, discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. And the ayes have it. Thank you, Director. Can we try to keep the chamber door closed, please? There's a lot of commotion out there. Thank you. Council President made the motion, Councilor Luzon seconded, and it's a unanimous vote. Item 316-24, authorization to expend grant funds in the amount of $392,000 from the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation for the rail trail related expenses brought to us by our our land use planner, Mr. McCarthy. Mr. McCarthy, you have the floor.
Good evening, councilors. Daniel McCarthy here on behalf of the Planning Department. The grant before you is a Mass Trails grant, is one of several grants that were given to many communities throughout the state. We met with them and discussed the expenses that were going to the costs for the rail trail. In the past, we were able to, as you know, get donations and relieve some of the costs by the state, but the state now relies upon the cities to provide what they call the soft costs, the cost for acquiring all easements, including awards. So that's what the main portion of this money is for. It's to go to pay for the awards for the easements. It'll also pay for filing fees, recording fees, charges for appraisals, and attorney's fees. So all those kinds of costs that we have to bear are going to be made up on this. So.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions or comments? Seeing none, I will now. I'm sorry?
It's 390.
Hold on, I'm not.
It's 392. Chequealo que está.
Can you clarify? So we have two different, I didn't realize that. We have 392,000 on our agenda, but here written in our actual paper, we have 392,802 with 65 cents. Which one is the accurate
The
amount?
one in the letter is the correct number.
The letter that you provided, of course. Okay, so the amount is $392,000 with $92,802 with 65 cents. So the one on the yellow papers, on the yellow document is correct.
Motion to approve.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Luzon. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to untable item 437-23, solar PPA and lease contracts with Select Electric for 5 city properties, which includes 3 schools and 2 city buildings?
So moved.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Luzon. No discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Roll call, Maria.
Roll call, Council President Giovanni Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilor Wendy Luzon.
Yes.
Councilor Lydia Marvel.
Yes.
Chairman Stephanie Infante.
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you. Councilors, last meeting, I did say that we were going to move forward on this. So I'm going to be truthful. I'm still 50-50 with this. I did review some of the stuff. I still don't have a concrete decision myself. But I did say that today we're going to move forward on this, whether if it's favorable, unfavorable, or committee report, we will be sending this up somehow. So, any comments or questions from the council? Council President.
The first thing I would like to do is to split this item into the 2 properties that is in front of us, and therefore any other property that is in common in front of us. I mean, I cannot vote on something that I haven't seen. I'm not in favor of that.
Can you
so.
refer the 2 properties for the record?
The 2 properties is gonna be the city hall, I mean, the 2 set of properties. It's gonna be 1A, 76A, which is the City Hall and the Arlington School, and 76B, which is any other property in front of us, the rest of the property, the other three properties that we don't know.
Okay, are you making that as a form of motion?
Yes, I make that as a form of motion.
There's been a motion to separate item 437-23 to item A and B. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Vice Chair Marmol. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. And the ayes have it. All right, so now we have in front of us item 437A-23, which includes City Hall and the Arlington School for this solar project that we're looking to move on. Councilors, do you have any other questions, or Council President?
For the City Hall project, what is the capacity of that project?
75 kilowatts.
75 kilowatts.
It's about
And
150 solar panels.
150 solar panel. And that, based on the information you present, about $81,000 over 20 years, that's gonna be the saving. And for the Arlington School project, what is the capacity on that?
295 kilowatts.
295? 295?
The Arlington School is 295.2 kilowatts.
295.2 kilowatts. The city owns a similar one, which is about 300.
Yep.
The savings are significantly different when it comes to both owning and leasing. So I just want to make sure that we brought it up to the table when it comes to the sizes of both projects. How many solar panels are you gonna have at the Arlington School?
About 600.
600 solar panels. What is the angle about? Angle facing south of the Arlington School?
Yeah, so we try to get them as close to 180 degrees south as possible based on how it's built, and the panels themselves are 5 to 10 degrees pitched to the south to catch more sun.
To the south.
Yeah.
So it's fair to say that it's very efficient when it comes to facing south.
Yeah, we use like an industry standard 3D modeling software with like 30 years of historical weather data to figure it out.
What about the City Hall one?
City Hall panels would be pitched to the south at a 5 or a 10 degree angle.
So also we can say that it's going to be in a very efficient position.
It is, yeah.
Okay.
And I would like to point out that these are connected to the internet, and that as soon as something goes wrong with them, we get a notification in the office and send the technician out to remedy the issue. And it's
Yep.
100% our responsibility.
We understand that. It's a lease. So when you have a lease, that's part of the responsibilities. I personally not in favor of leasing those type of project. I think that we can definitely take advantage of that ownership of those programs. I'm not gonna stay more. There is specifically said that 2 different projects, one that is very similar to the City of Lawrence that we have, and another project that is half of the size, pretty much, 1/3 of the, 1/4 of the size. The amount of saving that I'm seeing here in 20 years is not as significant as it should be. We are talking on a perfect size project, solar project. It could be bringing to the city close to $2 million on a 300 kilowatts project. We are getting 600 something thousand on a lease. So I don't think that this is a good investment to the city, and I'm going to vote on the negative, unfortunately. I think that we have the capacity of move forward as a city that is going to be saving funds and be able to own it.
So, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify, because if we weren't clear before, like, we would own the panels. They would be our personal property on top of your real property. You would purchase power from those panels for less money than what you can get it for from National Grid. So it is an incremental savings versus a full avoided cost. If we own it, we insure it, we maintain it, we monitor it, we pay property taxes on it if it's applicable. There's no responsibility on your end if we own it, other than purchasing the power on a monthly basis, right? So the risk and reward, it's, you're not investing in anything, you're not spending any money on the array, so the savings is a little lower. If you were to purchase the array outright, which we actually don't recommend, and I would say about 95% of our customers allow us to, and we have 180 of these projects out in the field, they don't want to deal with it. They've got a lot of other things to deal with besides worrying about solar arrays and maintenance and monitoring. So no doubt, you will save more if you own it. It just depends on, is it the right thing to do? And it's not industry standard, I can tell you that.
Well, through you, Madam Chair, that was the opposite of what you said before. You said that about 75% of the properties that actually you guys installed it wasn't an ownership situation, and you guys own about 200 something projects,
Yep.
and out of the 700 something projects that you guys have installed,
So we have
and the other ones are owned by the other people.
So we have
it's
two businesses.
the opposite of what you're saying right now.
So we have two businesses. We have our business with our public entities, state colleges, things like that, and a whole commercial business. So the GEM Group, where I met representatives from the city, they're a commercial business, they're a tax-paying entity, they get tax credits and depreciation. They bought it. And yes, 75% of our customers have bought them, but you don't pay federal taxes and you can't take advantage of depreciation, tax savings. So the economics are different, right? So, I mean, we just want to build projects under the Power Options program. We recommend that you don't own them.
Obviously.
It's an investment that we're making with our dollars and our tax appetite and things like that. And in exchange for that investment, we offer a discount to the host of the solar panels. So it could be on a school, city hall, any public entity. We do
I'm
it
going to
with the
pause
state.
you right there,
Yeah.
because I did not notice before calling Council President that our city attorney stood up. I've been waiting. Attorney Huon, is there
Oh, I haven't
anything?
seen it.
No, I just was, it's,
Okay.
well, I had missed coming for Neil, I was available for any questions that you have.
I just wasn't sure if you had anything to say about us divided. I noticed that you stood up later on, so I don't know if there was
I
anything.
called out and then I came in, so I.
Got it,
I
okay.
missed the beginning, but I was more here in case there was any questions.
Okay,
regarding
thank you.
The procurement or any of that nature, so.
You can, thank you, Attorney. You guys can
I just wanted to
continue.
make a comment that, you know, again, it was our recommendation to do this deal with Select based on our Power Options participation. We joined Power Options for this very thing, and all we're trying to do is save some electricity for the city and school department. So our recommendation was to do the lease. We're not interested in owning an array and maintaining an array. We did that with the water department. Was not functioning for a couple of years. Nobody noticed, and we lost a lot of money. With this situation, as I explained before, the onus is on this company. If the panels don't generate electricity, doesn't matter to us. They're guaranteeing our electricity rate. They lose money if they don't generate that power. So that's in their business model. They're as you just mentioned, they're absorbing all of the costs for this. What we get is a guaranteed price over the next 20 years for electricity reduced at the rates we have today. And that's a recommendation of Power Options, which we joined last year to take advantage of their expertise. And that's their expert recommendation to us is this is a good deal. You should get your schools hooked up. Unfortunately, we can't get all of our schools hooked up because we need the National Grid. That's why we're kind of in a hurry to get this. National Grid only allows us to have, or they've allowed us to do these two projects, but any more projects, they'd have to give us, I don't know how it works, but they'd have to give us, let us off the grid somehow so we could generate some more projects, so.
Council
It's really a
President.
good project for
Yeah.
the city.
Well, it is important to recognize two things that, as you mentioned for the record. The $56,000 that we're paying to National Grid, you saying that you're acquiring all the cost? We're paying for that because you built in that $56,000 into the program.
100%, yeah.
100%. So we are already paying for the system. We also are giving you guys the federal credits, which is about $30,000 also. And also what is not being mentioned here, and when we did the assessment for the properties, for the different properties, to assess if they are capable of receiving or supporting the panels, we also pay anywhere between $25,000 to $35,000. I don't remember correctly. But it's about, we are already investing into the project potentially $55,000 to $65,000, and we're going to be saving $81,000 over 20 years. Over 20 years, and we already invest almost 80% of that $81,000. Not to include, because I want to be fair to the process, and I'm not including the $56,000 that you are actually taking away, because you built that in. So putting the math together, it's like the city's getting screwed when it comes to the project here at City Hall.
So I just want to, for the record, just make sure we're using the correct numbers. So the city has not paid us a dime for anything. We've fronted all the capital for the development work, and I've been working with National Grid with my team since last summer on these.
A quick question right there.
Sure.
Who paid for the assessment?
We paid for the entire thing out of our development dollars.
So you're saying that the city of Lawrence didn't pay for the $25,000 assessment project to assess the properties?
Not anything related to what I'm up here for. It could have been something for the water plant, but not a dollar.
No, it is related to this project. But
I'm not familiar with any costs we've incurred to this house. I don't know what you're talking about.
okay, we bring the document later on. I'll bring the document later on, because it could be built in a way that is not look like what I'm talking about, and we might look like, okay, you don't know what you're talking about, but yes, that it was a cost involved on an assessment.
So we have never received any funds from the city of Lawrence for any of these projects.
Probably not you, but it was related to the assessment of the buildings to see if we're capable of installing panels.
Council Chairperson, Council President.
Advisor.
I think that would be speculation. We trust the information of the CAFO that the funding has not been used. And anything other than that, I believe that the request from this committee then should be whether you have proof or to bring it to the CAFO, but not to create confusion, because right now I just requested the information. I asked certain information. I asked Anil if it was correct, because we need clarification. If the information is not correct, then it would be speculation.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
No, in addition, and to say that we use $65,000, that's an assumption. That means the administration is unaware of those expenses, and I trust and believe our CAFO that he's providing the right information.
Okay, let me ask you a question to the company. To the company. Did you guys work for the Water Street project?
The water department?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you guys provide certified payroll to the city of Lawrence? That you guys actually pay certified payroll according to the rules and regulation of the state of Massachusetts? Did you guys provide those documentations? Certified payrolls. When you guys did the work at the Water Street project.
They got the water sewer equipment was down. We called them to do maintenance to get it back up.
Yes. Yeah. Did you guys provide the certified payrolls for the people that work there during those times?
I don't know how much money was involved.
Okay, and then I'm more informed than a lot of people on this panel. No problem. No more questions.
All right. This is what I recommend for the committee to do. we are four, there's 5 other counselors that probably have an opinion on this as well. I recommend that this committee sends this up as a committee report. That way, giving a chance to the full council to debate. And then at that meeting, we make our final decision on this. You've heard what I've said prior, you've heard what Councilor Luzon, Council Marmol, Council President Rodriguez. I believe our statements and opinions have been unified. Well, unified in a sense that we have not, individually as councilors, we have not derailed from our own opinions and questions and statements. So that is what I recommend to the committee. Obviously, the committee can move as it chooses, but at this point, if there are no further questions let me ask, is there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion on this
So moved.
item. What is the motion?
To submit to full council as a committee report.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? Second. Attorney Huen, I can second, right? Discussion. Seeing none, Maria, can you call the roll?
Roll call, Council President Giovanni Rodriguez.
No.
Councilor Wendy Luzon.
Abstain.
Councilor Vivian Marmol.
Yes.
Chairwoman Stephanie Infante.
Yes. So the motion fails. All right, at this point, any other motion?
Table.
There's a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly seconded. Maria, can you call the roll?
Roll call for this item to be tabled. Councilor Wendy Luzon.
Yes.
Council President Giovanni Rodriguez.
Yes.
Vice Chair Vivian Marmol.
Yes.
And Chairwoman Stephanie Infante.
No. Motion carries. All right, item has been tabled. Thank you so much. At this point, there are no further, I'm sorry? Oh, yeah. No other further items at this point. I'll have I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion's been made, properly seconded. Discussion, seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it.
sometime. So it's happening soon.
two resolutions. Should I keep them? Should I not keep them? Should I give them to you?
Okay, Michelle. And did you want us to,
I talked to the superintendent and he's gonna get in touch with him.
okay, do you want me to hold on to these till the second?
Okay.
I'll do that, please.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Anything else?
I was thinking of something else.
No, we are talking on the budget.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's okay. But we're good now and. His mic is on, that's why.
Good evening and welcome to the Lawrence special meeting for the Lawrence City Council. Today is Monday, June 24th, 2024. Right now it's 7:44. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Act of 2022, this meeting will be hybrid, allowing participation both in person and at the City Council chambers, and as well as remotely. The Zoom link was provided to anybody that requested through the City Clerk office. This meeting also can be also viewed through the Lawrence City Council Facebook page as well as the Lawrence City Council YouTube page. Roll call, please.
Councilor Levy.
Present.
Councilor LaPlante.
Present.
Councilor Luzon.
Present.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Present.
Councilor Santiago. Councilor Marmal.
Present.
Councilor Reyes.
Present.
Council Vice President Infante.
Present.
Council President Rodriguez.
Present. Please join me for a moment of silence. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public participation we have here? We're gonna have to. What are we gonna do with this now? We have posted public participation. I would like to recognize the mayor of the city of Lawrence, Brian Adepeña, that is here with us. Thank you, Mayor, for putting this item in front of us in the fiscal budget 2025 for the city of Lawrence. On this agenda, we have public participation. Therefore, we have a public hearing on only one item, which is the fiscal year 2025 of the city of Lawrence. Anybody that wishes to speak at the public participation is going to have an opportunity to do so at the public hearing. With that said, I'm going to move forward to the public hearing of item 24324, which is Mayor Brian Adepeña recommended budget for fiscal year 2025. And I would like the city clerk to please read the notice for the record.
It's document number 243-24. Notice is here.
Give me 1 minute, please. Before we do so, before we call for the public hearing, we need to pull this from committee. We'll still have this item at the committee level because we were waiting for the proposed cut that the mayor was supposed to send to have another meeting at the Budget and Finance Committee. Madam Clerk from the Budget and Finance Committee, please, do you have a motion to
Madam Clerk,
pull it from committee?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair from the Budget and Finance Committee.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I make a motion to suspend Rule 11 and pull the budget document, the proposed budget document out of the Budget and Finance Committee.
Some motion to pull item from committee, item 24324. And it's been properly second discussion. I hear no at this point. I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We do need 6 votes.
Yes, I'll call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye. And roll call,
Aye.
please.
Councilor Reyes.
Yes.
Councilor Marmal.
Yes.
Councilor Santiago.
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Councilor Luzon.
Yes.
Councilor LaPlante.
Yes.
Councilor Levy.
Yes.
Council Vice President Infante.
Yes.
Council President Rodriguez.
Yes. With that said, Madam Clerk, I would like to now read the notice of public hearing for item 24324, which is the Mayor Brian A. Peña recommended budget fiscal year 2025. Madam Clerk, please read the notice for the records.
Notice is hereby given that the Lawrence City Council will hold a public hearing on Monday, June 24th at 7 p.m. Said hearing may continue into Tuesday, 25th at 7 p.m. if needed. The purpose of said hearing is to gather testimony, information, and public input concerning the proposed 2025 fiscal year appropriation order and appropriation order enterprise funds as presented herein for consideration and approval by the Lawrence City Council for the City of Lawrence, Mass. Said public hearing shall be conducted at a meeting of the Lawrence City Council, Council Chambers, 200 Common Street, Lawrence, Mass. Notice of the meeting of the councils and said public hearing shall be published in advance as required by law on the City Council website, www.cityoflawrence.com, #Agenda Center, and the City Clerk Public Meeting Notice website at www.cityoflawrence.com, Document Center, Index 193. The proposed FY 2025 budget for the City of Lawrence to be presented for consideration of approval is as follows. City of Lawrence fiscal year 2025 appropriation order, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. An order concerning appropriations for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2024. Ordered that the following sums designated as personal services, purchase of services, professional services, supplies, and other charges and expenses, capital outlay, intergovernmental, and debt services are hereby appropriated separately for each department in the general fund of the City of Lawrence, and that $5 million from free cash be appropriated to support the general fund operating budget and reduce the FY 25 tax rate. General fund, FY 25 mayor's recommended budget. City Council, $476,721. Mayor's office, $1,282,000. Administration and finance, $4,537,855. City attorney, $1,043,637. City clerk, elections and annual listings, $1,057,807. Office of Planning and Development, $1,590,146. Police Department, $18,443,967. Fire Department, $15,531,592. Inspectional Services, $2,149,252. Emergency Management, $130,000. Lawrence Public Schools, $279,854,228. Educational Assessment, $42,217,973. Greater Lawrence Technical School, $3,882,657. Department of Public Works, $15,526,089. Cemetery, $550,079. Council on Aging, $503,790. Veteran Services, $535,997. Recreation, $380,681. Library, $1,409,050. Debt Services, $14,457,307. Intergovernmental Assessments, $1,701,640. Employee Benefits, $29,554,000. Risk Management, $644,000. Other financing sources and uses, $1,266,836. Total general fund budget, $438,173,859. Less not required to be appropriated per state and county assessments is $43,764,757. Total amount appropriated for the general fund is $394,409,102. The enterprise funds from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is an order concerning appropriations for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2024. Order that the following sums designated as personal services, purchase of services, professional services, supplies, and other charges and expenses, capital outlay, intergovernmental, and debt services are hereby appropriated separately in the Parking Garage and Lots Enterprise Fund for the City of Lawrence. Parking Garage and Lot Enterprise Fund, $867,789. Order that the following sums designated as purchase Personnel services, purchase of services, professional services, supplies and other charges and expenses, capital outlay, intergovernmental and debt services are hereby appropriated separately in the Airport Enterprise Fund of the City of Lawrence. Airport Enterprise Fund, $712,190. Ordered that the following sums designated as personal services, purchase of services, professional services, supplies and other charges and expenses, capital outlay, intergovernmental and debt services are hereby appropriated separately in the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund for the City of Lawrence. Water Sewer Enterprise Fund is $21,755,899. A copy of the proposed FY25 budget in its entirety is posted on the City of Lawrence's website at cityoflawrence.com, Document Center View 48828, submitted-budget-51524. A copy may also be viewed at the City Clerk's Office, 200 Common Street, Room 107, Lawrence, Mass. That's the end.
With that said, public hearing is now open. Anybody from the public that wishes to speak? Name and address for the record, please.
I think I know the routine. Council's name's Richard Russell, 34 Cross Street. I welcome the opportunity to address the full council on what I perceive as serious issues with the proposed FY 2025 budget. I have tried to do this in years past with no success, but after looking at this proposed budget, I would be remiss if I kept my mouth shut about the unarmed robbery that will take place if this budget is passed as posted. I do understand that recently that some cuts were made in the budget by the mayor, that I consider those budget cuts to be look-good budget cuts. I will start off with page 29, the proposed raise for the city council. I, as a frequent observer of all that transpires at the council, do not see much that warrants a $5,000 raise, particularly when the council received the same amount last year. Last year's raise has not, in my opinion, done anything to improve the quality of the work of the present council. Next, the mayor's office budget. In FY22, the budget for the mayor's office was about $430,000, but that office succeeded with a total of only 5 people. In FY 2025, that budget will balloon to almost $1.3 million, about a 298% increase with a doubling of the staff. The mayor's office now has a locked door, and getting anyone to answer a phone in that office is almost an impossibility. How did the likes of Mayors Vasquez, Rivera, Lantigua, and Sullivan do so much with so little money? Page 37, the controller's office. Why were some positions eliminated and replaced with newer positions with fancier titles and bigger paychecks? Those paychecks were increased by a little over $50,000. Page 41, with the IT department. Why didn't we have somebody in cybersecurity previously? Is $100,000 a reasonable salary? We never found out what it cost the city when our computer system was hacked several years back. And why was it able to be hacked in the first place? Page 43, the assessor's office. A new position of assistant assessor was created at a salary of just over $59,000. The office already has an assessor, a chief assessor, and 2 assessors. What's next? A junior assistant assessor in training? Page 45, the treasurer's office. The accountant position, the salary of $57,396 was eliminated, and the position of assistant treasurer was created with a salary of just over $80,000. Same position, same person, I assume, with a net increase of salary of $22,900. Page 47, tax collector's office. Our collections of positions were shuffled around and with new titles and remarkably increased salaries to the tune of about $9,000. An accountant's position, paying $63,726, was added to make sure that the 3 principal account clerks can add properly, a net increase in that office of $73,803. Page 52, City Attorney's Office. The first and second city attorney salaries were boosted by just over $64,000. What happened to the dollar value of the contracts that each signed and were approved by the council last year? The FY25 budget breakdown shows a net increase of over last year's allocated funding of $67,985. It isn't taken into account that the second assistant attorney's position was vacant all of last year, and the first assistant attorney's position was vacant a good portion of the year. Using funds that were allocated and not expended figured into budget calculation is just another, in my humble opinion, another example of financial finagling. How much of the unused funds from the attorney's office were transferred to other budget accounts at the end of the year to cover excess spending? Page 61, the Office of Community and Development. Why the creation of 2 new field operations supervisors at an increase into the budget of $147,000? Why all of a sudden is a housing manager with a salary of over $77,000 needed? Why all of a sudden are 3 project officers, II, whatever that means, needed at a total of $240,006? An administrative assistant at $55,250. An intake specialist, $44,226. That's a total of $508,885 in new salaries. Page 63 from the planning office. Why all of a sudden a manager of financial and administrative services at a salary of $110,000, a neighborhood planner at a salary of $71,000, a finance officer at a salary of $80,000, a comprehensive planner at a salary of $71,000 needed, making a grand total of $436,400 in new salaries in the planning office. Page 68, planning and development budget. Why do we need a second economic development project officer adding $79,723 to the budget? The last 3 items that I mentioned account for a total increase in the budget of $1,025,008, or 3.5% of the total budget increase. Page 71, police budget. Why are we playing games with various clerk positions? The financial hocus pocus on these items is costing the taxpayers just under, $28,000. Why do we need a position of deputy chief at a salary of $125,000? That position hasn't been filled in years. Page 79, we have the position of assistant fire chief that was not requested by the chief. I do understand that that is a budget cut requested by the mayor. That position was $120,000. Why are we also, same situation regarding clerk positions being renamed and resalaried in the fire department? On page 90, the inspectional service department. Why do we need an enforcement prosecutor at a salary of $104,000 when we have a total of 3 city attorneys on the payroll? Also, we eliminated 2 senior clerks, but created 2 principal account clerks with a net increase in salary of $13,204. On page 103, why do we need the newly created position of emergency management director at a salary of $130,000? I've gone online and downloaded from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts a list of Massachusetts emergency management directors. I find the position of a director of emergency management falls to 165 people associated with the fire department, 33 people associated with the police department, 15 people in other city or town positions, and 129 communities with no designation as to who is in charge of their emergency management position. My thoughts are, Shouldn't this position be part of the skill set of the fire chief? On page 113 of the DPW budget, why do we need two DPW, deputy DPW directors at a total cost of $190,000? Why was the capital asset project manager given a $33,179 raise? Why do we have to play games with salaries of several clerks at the DPW at a cost of over $12,000? I have my opinions as to why some of these various bits of financial finagling took place. All I know is some of that money matters that I have mentioned, if eliminated, would save a considerable amount of tax dollars. A good example would be eliminating the position of the assistant police chief at $125,000, eliminating the fire chief, assistant fire chief position, $120,000, and the emergency management at $130,000. That would be a total saving of about $375,000. The position of emergency management is a position that should fall under the fire chief, with an increase in the fire chief's salary of somewhere between $25,000 to $50,000. This move could save the taxpayers over somewhere around $300,000. At the risk of sounding political, we know a lot of these newly created positions will be filled by the FAPA, Friends and Political Allies Employment Agency, where all the better qualified people post their resumes. I understand that $250,000 has been cut from the snow removal budget, and $200,000 has been cut from the litigation funding. We all know that money will go back if it's needed. Snow removal is something you can go into debt over. Please consider making cuts to some, if not all, of these issues that I have brought up. The taxpayers and voters might appreciate it. Quite frankly, as a taxpayer, I do not approve of this proposed budget, and if I were a city councilor, I would not vote to approve it. Thank you for the time to allowing me to express my concerns on the financial waste in the FY 2025 budget. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next person that would like to speak on the public hearing. Name and address for the record, please.
Omair Mali, 53 Chester Street. In this important, good evening, honorable members, in this important meeting for the budget of the city of the Lawrence, this expression of the thanks and gratitude from this honorable council and honorable Mayor Brian DePena. They made important budgetary decision offering our police officers, patrolman officers, and superior officers contract. We are grateful to you. We have to know Lawrence Police, with the budget of only $18 million, do excellent job. With the best leadership of Honorable Chief Bonilla, has done excellent job to protect our citizens. This union of pride and honor has been the best display of bravery. In a few weeks ago, Lawrence police officers from Lawrence went to Andover to save lives. We are grateful for Lawrence Police. We ask for more police officers. The city of the 80,000 people population cannot do with the number of the police officers. The Blue Lives Matter. We are proud to say with one voice, we stand united to support Lawrence police officers that bring safety and the safe city. Grateful to the Lawrence Police Union for working tirelessly to negotiate the best contract. Lawrence police officers, thank you for making Lawrence a beautiful city. Lawrence firefighters, with a budget of more than 15 million only, on this budget they sacrificed their life. This department deserves the best contract, support for our citizens for the contract with 3% raise and the COLA raise and hazard pay. Our DPW department, with the budget of only 15 million, making Lawrence a beautiful city. We support our DPW union and leadership. With the limited budget, our DPW employees working tirelessly, making Lawrence a beautiful city with the best leadership. Lawrence is the best display of the beauty and safety for our DPW. We must support our DPW leadership and the union. Our inspection department, with a budget of only 3 million, doing excellent job. The city of the 80,000 need to hire more inspector. This important department, under excellent leadership, deserve the best support and compensation. Remember, our a few inspectors doing excellent job to cover the city of 80,000 population. We support our inspector department. We are grateful to you as our awesome counselor. In all the subcommittee meeting and the budget hearing, emphasize to the most important flaws in this budget, that absolute unfair compensation, which is astonishing to our citizens. How is it possible a senior employee of our city, such as cemetery director, receive less salary than a new employees? Administration, how hard-working maintenance worker, after 20 years working at the Lawrence Public Library, only receive a salary of the $51,000, but a newly hired employee received more than double. This is unfair and just way of compensation. We as the city that is standing with the record of the union and support of the workers, we must support our union employees. We must compensate our senior employee and revise the salary. Now is the great immigrant city as the city of the revolution of the bread and roses. We must be correct this unfair compensation policy, that the hard-working senior employees in our city making a lot less than the new hire people in a rate of $95,000. We must correct this problem. In this important budgetary hearing, we must remind the school department with a budget of $279 million must know that our citizens have a right to the budgetary hearing. What they did, LAE, in this year, they deprive our citizens to attend the hearing by scheduling the budgetary hearing at the same night in conflict with the schedule of the Lawrence City Council. We must know that our teachers are the best teachers in the nation. We are proud to support our teachers. We must make sure by offering the best competitive wages, we do not allow our other cities take away our excellent teachers. Lawrence teachers, thank you for excellent job. We are proud of you and your union. In this important budgetary hearing, we must recognize one of the most important crises, which is the parking enforcement. The parking enforcement agency that has been hired by City of Lawrence in this podium, they promised the best service, but now have a crisis in that sense. They are poorly trained employees fighting with our citizens, including our respected elected official on the street. Also, they're making our citizens pay a lot more. This enforcement agency's misconduct, we cannot allow a spill to the next year of the mayoral election. In this important budget hearing, we must remember what the Honorable Dr. Gorn, the head of the City of Board of Health of the city, told us that Lawrence Board of Health need to do the most important changes. Our city of immigrants deserve the best Board of Health, which could address all the health issues of this great city. Remember, Lawrence always is strong. Lawrence always unite. We rise in unity and is strong to support our police department. We are proud of you. Thank you for excellent job.
Thank you so much. Next person that would like to speak at the public hearing, please. Anybody else? I call it again. Anybody else that would just speak at the public hearing? With that said, public hearing is now closed. Wait. Okay. So we have one more person that wishes to speak at the public hearing. It's coming here. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you for your indulgence, councilors. William Collins, One Platte Court, Lawrence. Mr. President, members of the council, Mr. Mayor. I'm here really not well prepared, but after hearing Mr. Russell, he inspired me to get up here. And I hope anybody watching this in the future rewinds it a few minutes to listen to what he said. I have a question before I go on with the comments. Members of the DAB in Lawrence appeared before the ordinance committee 2 months ago to talk about 2 unfilled positions that are ordinanced in the Veterans Department. Can I ask if those positions money has been put aside for that? Could somebody from the administration answer that?
Not, eventually, probably, yes, but not now.
Well, my comments would be predicated on whether they honored the veterans by filling those positions that have been vacant or not.
Yes, you need to address everybody like you, as you wish, but we cannot answer the questions.
Can't answer the question?
Not right
Can't
now.
ask for somebody through the chair from the administration to answer that question?
Once we open the discussion of the budget, that
Then
question
my
might be
comments
raised.
will be, they're gonna be predicated on what I hear tonight about that position being filled.
But you can keep on talking about the issue.
All right, here comes the salvos. Get ready. This city has no respect for veterans. There are 2 positions in the Veterans Department that have been unfilled for decades, an assistant director and a deputy director. When the veterans came here 2 months ago, we pointed that out, and we were told the administration would look into it and fill 1 position. I believe the veterans director left. He quit after 14 years because the position was not filled by the mayor. We lost a great veterans director because of that. Right now, we have no veterans director. We have not one veteran in the veterans office for the past month, and the job isn't even being advertised. So I need to know whether the money is in the budget for those positions that we lobbied for. I need to know before I go on. Is it in or not? Nope. Thank you. That confirms it then. This city has tens of millions of dollars of free cash, and veterans are not being served here. A city of over 100,000, which means roughly 10% of the population, that's a thumbnail that all agencies use, are veterans. 10,000 veterans in this city that are daily coming to live here, start their lives in an entry-level gateway city, that are coming out of incarceration, that are in nursing homes, that are in hospitals, Gold Star families. We're not just talking about veterans here, we're talking about the whole family. 10 years ago, when this director came in, 14 years ago, let me correct myself, there were about 130 cases of Chapter 115, indigent veterans that needed help. There are about 30 now, from what I understand, because we're not doing any outreach, and that camera's moving by its own. Nobody's back there. Anyways, it's disheartening, and it's really a tragedy that veterans don't get the respect that they should. This administration has created dozens of jobs out of thin air. They've written new ordinances and created jobs that never existed before. And here we have 2 positions that should be filled. They're ordinanced. Everybody sitting before me has taken an oath to uphold the laws of the city, including the mayor. So if you don't honor that oath, fill these positions, and serve the veteran families of Lawrence, it's a shame. That's all I'm gonna say. I won't go into detail about the 15 new positions in community development. 15 new positions in a city less than 5 square miles. And you can't fill the positions in the ordinance book for veterans. 10 positions, I believe, in the mayor's office, where there used to be 3 or 4. It's a shame. I won't go any deeper. I don't want to burn any bridges yet, but this is going to be heard outside the city, because this is a shame, what you're doing to veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody that wishes to speak at the public hearing? Anybody else? With that said, now public hearing is now closed. Councilors, I will entertain a motion to be able to discuss this budget.
Motion to approve.
Second. There is a motion to approve, properly second. Discussion. And with that said, I believe that before we continue with the discussion, I would like to invite the mayor of the city of Lawrence to introduce the budget and anybody from his administration to talk about what is the fiscal year 2025 and what it means to the city of Lawrence. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Octavian Spanner. I'm the senior advisor to the mayor, 200 Common Street. I'm going to read the mayor's budget statement that is going to be placed in the document for the passing of the budget tonight. When I assumed the office of mayor over 2 years ago, I was driven by commitment to fulfill my promise of creating a thriving Lawrence for everyone. I aim to rejuvenate a city burdened by aging infrastructure, lacking economic direction, devoid of hope, and marred by tarnished reputation. My promise was clear: to radically change Lawrence's destiny. I was fully aware of the challenges and the monumental effort required to break free from a mindset resistant to change. Today, I am proud to report significant progress towards fulfilling my promise of economic prosperity and transformation as we gradually close the gap towards our goal. As your mayor, I am committed to the people's mandate. I am dedicated to being a responsible steward of the city's finances by ensuring we collect our taxes, pay our bills, avoid overspending, and engage in careful future planning. As mayor, I promise the community accountability, financial prudence, and a proactive administration, and the results speak for themselves. The recent audit reveals the city overall strength on both the physical and management levels. Today, I'm presenting the residents of Lawrence with a balanced budget, outlining an increase in the city's overall operating budget for the fiscal year 2025 compared to the previous year. This rise is mainly attributed to inflation, which has impacted various city government sector, and the budget, particularly regarding the cost of goods, services, and employee salaries. The increase in employee salaries largely aligns with the union contracts, which the City Council and the Mayor have recognized as long overdue. The Consumer Price Index, which tracks inflation across the economy, rose by 3.4% from April 2023 to April 2024. Nationwide budgets for employee salary increases have surged by an average of 4.4% since 2023, marking the most substantial growth over 2 decades. This largest increase since 2001 is driven by inflationary pressures and a tight labor market despite looming economic uncertainties. Employers, including municipal governments, acknowledge that competitive salaries are essential to remain competitive and attract talent. This reality holds true for our city as well. The Federal Reserve has recently adjusted its economic projections, now expecting a 0.25% interest rate reduction this year, down from the previous forecasted 3 cuts. The annual inflation rate in 2024 is revised to 2.6% from 2.4%, with core inflation also adjusted upward to 2.8%. Factors contributing to inflation include increased housing demand vulnerabilities in supply chains, and shift in consumer spending from services to goods during the pandemic. To stabilize this situation, we propose a moderate increase in the property tax rate of 2.5%, or $2,439,744, plus new growth estimated at $900,000. The average single-family home valued at $405,770 means an additional $150.13 in property taxes annually. The average fiscal year 25 single-family tax bill increase in North Andover is $566. Andover, $454, Haverhill, $444, and Methuen, $263. We recognize many of our taxpayers' financial pressures and do not make the decision lightly. However, these adjustments are necessary to continue providing quality city services, support a sustainable future, and pay our debts in an economy saddled by inflation. The proposed budget also includes adjustments to water and sewer rates to ensure we can maintain and enhance our city infrastructure and services despite economic challenges. We must recognize the necessity of these increases as crucial steps in addressing escalating costs and minimizing future budget deficits. Failing to act now will inevitably result in more significant challenges and financial crises in the future. Furthermore, the city's current financial situation can be attributed to a lack of proactive planning and political initiative during a more favorable market climate when there were opportunities to enhance the economy and expand the city's tax base. Conversely, my administration remains steadfast and committed to addressing the current reality with a pragmatic approach. Economic development is crucial for improving Lawrence's overall quality of life. Effective economic development strategies aim to attract, create, and maintain businesses that can offer employment opportunities to residents. The proposed budget outlines spending in the Office of Planning and Development to enhance this quality, including collaboration with the Lawrence Redevelopment Authority to complete the revitalization of business districts, progress with supporting the First Home Buyers Program, and boost the competitiveness of local small businesses as evidenced by employment and income levels. Nevertheless, these objectives are contingent upon improving public safety, specifically in the areas of law enforcement and public health. For fiscal 2025, I'm proposing additional funds for hiring additional law enforcement officers, training for the Inspectional Services Department, equipment, and fostering more interagency collaboration with our local, state, and federal specialized agencies. In fiscal year 25, more funds will be allocated to the Department of Public Works for essential infrastructure enhancement and capital improvement. These improvements will focus on resurfacing streets and sidewalks, beautifying neighborhoods, and initiating the second phase of city park upgrades. Also, I would like to add that my administration will continue its commitment to helping our hardworking families. In this new budget year, my administration will invest an additional $800,000 in childcare, allowing working families greater access to reliable and affordable childcare. Other areas of focus during this fiscal year are leveraging federal and state funds for various needed programs. During the fiscal year, the city was able to secure close to $6 million and approximately $20 million in projected revenue. For this fiscal year, my administration will continue to aggressively pursue funding to address financial gaps across departments through a centralized and coordinated system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilors, for the record, we have the proposed fiscal year for the city of Lawrence, but it's been proposed by the mayor, Brian E. De Peña. This budget was presented to us on May 16 at approximately 1:06 p.m. With that said, the proposed budget that we have in front of us, with no revision at the moment that it was what we received, was for the total amount previously mentioned, and also a total increasement on of about $6,781,621,000. That increase on the fiscal year of property taxes of the city of Lawrence of about 8%, which include about 2.5% for the tax levy capacity, which is about $2,439,744,000. The new growth about estimated for about $900,000, and the excess tax levy capacity for about $3,441,877,000, for the total amount increase potentially of 8%. After a discussion at the Budget and Finance Committee and a discussion with the administration, the administration have reconsidered this total amount of dollars to be reduced to by $3,441,877, which represent about a total amount of about 4% increase on taxes. So that's what we have in front of us. For that to happen, a proposed cut by the administration need to happen before we actually reduce the total amount to the previous amount that we discussed and it was mentioned at the public hearing. The mayor's office has proposed a total cut of, like I said previously, $3,441,877, with multiple cuts on multiple departments, with several pages that were proposed at the memo that was sent to us on June 18, 2024. With that said, councilors, we need to adopt these specific cuts that the administration have proposed to us. We have an underlying motion to approve the budget. If we approve it as presented on May 16, 2024, the total amount of increasement on the taxes will be 8%. If we proceed with the cuts of about $3,441,888, the total amount of tax increasement will be only 4% after the discussion and the recommendation of the City Council and the City Council Budget and Finance Committee. The mayor proposed those cuts, and councilors, we need to adopt those. The way that we should adopt these, we need to read the page, read the account number, the department, and the proposed cut that have been specified on the memo that we received back on June 18, 2024.
Council President?
Sure, Madam Vice President, Councilor Infante.
Thank you. Can you clarify where you're seeing the 4%? Because on the document from June 18th, what I'm reading is
I'll get you that.
2.5%.
Mr. Caffo. He gave me the number. It's not
This
here.
is he.
I know. Do you mind clarify what Councilor Vice President Infante just discussed? We don't have the 3 point something, almost 4% in the memo, or can you point us out where that come from?
Yeah, the memo, it put it in dollars. You're asking for a percentage, so in dollars, it was 2.4 million plus new, 2.4 million is the 2.5% tax increase, plus new growth of 900,000. So the 2.4 plus the 900,000 is 3.3 million, and that's an increase of 3.95%.
Council President?
Madam Vice President Infante.
So my question for you, thank you, Council President, for you, Kafel, why was that not clarified in this memo? Because reading this memo just says, it only specifies the 2.5%, and then I'm seeing the plus new growth, but there isn't a clarification on the overall percentage.
Again, I gave it to you in dollars, I didn't give it to you in percentage.
So,
I'm not a mind reader.
So, again,
But I
but
just gave you the
you did
information.
present the property tax
Yeah.
rate as a dollar and percentage. So reading this off the bat, I mean, I'm just one counselor, and I thought the overall tax was decreased to 2.5%. That's the way I read the document.
Well, we did. We reduced the taxes from a greater
Right.
amount to the maximum of 2.5% and plus new growth, which we've always
Which
done.
is a total of 3.5%.
Which equals
3.95%.
3.95%. If
Okay.
you include the new growth.
Okay.
But we went up 2.5%. That's all we're going up. The normal amount, and then new growth is as those additional assessments that the assessors find. We've always gone up new growth in every year since I've been here.
Got it. I just asked for the future, we clarify everything. If a financial document is going to be presented originally first with a percent and a number, if we can just continue it, because that could be a little confusing. Like I said, I misread the document. So I would have appreciated to see like both
I don't think
totals.
there's anything to misread in the document, Counselor. I spelled out a lot here. I also gave the $150 per taxpayer, the average taxpayer amount. There's a lot of information in this paragraph. I thought that was enough, but percentages, a tax increase or tax percentage increases, if that's the focus, I'll try and remember that for next year.
Thank you.
It is also important to recognize and bring it up to the record since the Madam Vice President just bring it up. The $150 per property tax annually means that this council gonna have to vote on the tax rate of the residential factor in November and adopt the factor of 1.75. Those are the conditions for that specific amount that it will happen maybe, but it's not quite 100% because the council need to vote in November for this to happen. Anyway, councilors, we need to propose the cut that the administration have recommend to this budget between the original version and the current version. So those cuts are well specified on the memo. And if the cuts need to, for the cut, those are the options of the city council. Madam Vice President, I'll give you the floor in a minute. Those are the options of the city council. We are allowed to approve the budget as is, approve the budget with a specific cut that were presented to us, reduce the budget as the council desire, or deny the budget. Those are the options we have. We cannot increase any amount on the budget, but we can definitely reduce it. And the mayor have proposed a specific cut that we need to first mention the page, second mention the account, and therefore the department and the total amount of dollars that is being proposed to be cut. The council needs to approve those cuts with 6 votes. Am I right?
For the cuts, it's 5 votes for each cut, and then 6 for the total budget.
Okay. 5 votes for the cut, 6 votes to approve the budget after. So, councilors, we are willing, if we're willing to make a motion to read those cuts, we entertain the motion.
Council President.
Councilor Infante?
Thank you. Quickly before we move on, I was going to let this pass, but now I'm extremely aggravated with how the CAFL spoke to me. And I'm going to use, and I apologize for using one of my colleagues as an example, but if it was my colleague of District F asking these questions or wanting a clarification, you would have not spoken to him the way that you spoke to me. So I would appreciate if you show respect moving forward.
Council, I'm sorry, I don't think I meant any disrespect, I was just pointing out.
Basically, what you were saying to me, that the way that I processed, that my brain processed this document was wrong, and everyone processes information differently. And what I asked for was a clearer clarification moving forward, that if we're going to start numbers with percentages and numbers, to continue that throughout the document. And I don't think that's too much to ask for. Thank you.
I don't think, I think your point is well taken. I'll make sure I do that for next year, but I don't,
Thank you.
I'm sorry for any disrespect it may have shown, but it was not intended. I was just trying to point out.
I mean, you could roll back the video and see it for yourself later.
I certainly will.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarifications. Now it's time to talk about the potential cuts that we have in front of us for the total amount of $3,441,877. So, councilors, willing to hear a motion.
Council President,
Council at Large, Anna Levy.
I already did a motion to approve the budget, and I can accept the amendment from the mayor office, cutting that's the $3,441,877.
You made the motion, which is the underlying motion to approve the budget. Now, we can either do two things, have a friendly amendment to the proposed motion, or we can do individual motions for each one. That still your underlying motion going to be as presented. It could be either or.
So
But I need
that's
to
what I'm
hear-
doing. That's what I'm doing. A friendly amendment to the budget.
You are the underlying motion counselor, so somebody else need to make the,
Okay, all right.
or you can amend your own motion to reflect.
That's what I'm doing. And I'm amending the motion that I did first with the new proposal that is being made by the mayor office.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, please read the motion and what intakes the motion with the reduction of the total amount that is presented here.
Do you want to read out the line?
Yeah, this, because that need to be part of the record.
Sure. So the motion is to accept the budget as presented and also to incorporate the following cuts, which total $3,441,877. So cut on page 31-32 in the mayor's budget, there would be a salary reduction for program coordinator for economic development of $72,800. On page 31-32 in the mayor's office, there would be a salary reduction for temporary wages of $10,915. On page 51 in the budget for the city attorney's office, there would be a reduction in court judgments for $200,000. In pages 70 and 71 in police administration, there'd be a salary reduction in the deputy chief line item for $125,000. On pages 72 through 74 in the police operations budget, there would be a increase in the grant reimbursement, which constitutes a reduction of $450,000. In pages 72 through 74 of the police operations budget, there would be a salary reduction of the facilities manager, which of $51,000. In pages 78 and 79 of the budget in the fire administration, there would be a salary reduction of the assistant fire chief of $120,000. In inspectional services, pages 89 through 90 of the budget would be a salary reduction for the assistant director of ISD of $14,000. In page 106, in the school department, they reduced the education contribution of $1,500,000. On page 127 in the budget, the DPW snow and sanding reduced the snow removal contracts by $250,000. In page 154 of the budget, the employee benefits reduced the group insurance commission contribution of $198,162. On page 154 of the budget, the employee benefits reduced the reserved for ILD budget by $100,000. On page 154 of the budget for employee benefits, reduced the reserve for workers' compensation reserve by $350,000. The total expenditure reductions would then be $3,441,877.
Right. We have read the proposed cut by the mayor's office. Also, we need to integrate one more portion within the motion, if possible. Councilor Levy, will you consider then your motion to exempt the DPW department, since we have a potential conflict of interest? On that
Yes, we
department?
do. Oh,
All
yes,
right.
I do.
All right, so now we are discussing the entire budget except the DPW portion of it, which also include page 127, which is the DPW snow and ice and sanding. That cut that will go with the next vote, correct? That's the only one that affect that. So councilors, now we have a motion that is being amendment with the approval of the budget, the fiscal year 2025, with the proposed cut as well included. Councilors, there is anybody that wishes to discuss this potential motion? It's been properly second, right? Yes. Yeah, when there's a motion and then the second.
The underlying motion has been seconded.
The underlying motion was on second. All right, councilors, any discussion?
Quick discussion. Council President, thanks.
Councilor
So, this is an important amendment, and I just hope that we pass it. We talked about a lot of different numbers, and I just want to, this could be a long night, and I'm not going to make it as long as it can be, so I'm going to try to make this concise. So, two things are important about this. If this amendment is not part of the budget, if you're a single-family homeowner, you're going to be paying $300 more in taxes. If this amendment passes, that's cut in half. So this is an important amendment to reduce the taxpayers' cost by half if this budget is passed. That's the first point. The second point is we have this thing called excess tax capacity. Fancy words meaning over the course of years, we have not always taxed to the 2.5% levy. And that amount continues to go up. Which sounds fantastic if you're a homeowner and you're paying taxes if your taxes don't go up as much. I'm a homeowner, love it, right? Don't want to have to pay as much, love that idea. But here's the flip side. For every good news, there's a little bit of not so good news, right? The not so good news is that when that goes up, people who sit in this chamber and a mayor, whoever it is, on the third floor, can send us revenues, taxes, that go way beyond the 2.5%. We got a little bit of a taste tonight before this amendment. It went a little bit beyond, which is the 4% stuff. It went a little bit beyond the 2.5%. Now we're going to go back just to the 2.5%, and that's a good thing. And that's a good thing. 4 times this century, before I wasn't on the council back during this time, 2003, 2005, 2007, 2008, people in the mayor's office and people who were sitting here actually went beyond the 2.5% because they had that amount of money. We haven't done this since 2008. And we're not going to, if this amendment passes, we're not going to do it tonight, thankfully. So I think it's important that we have some context on this vote. And that's the reason why I am going to be supporting it, because it does two things. It doesn't go into the excess tax capacity, number one, and number two, it reduces the amount that taxpayers will have to pay in their taxes next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor LaPlante. Any other councilors that wish to discuss? Councilors, also, it is important to recognize that we have an underlying motion, and any other motion can take place, perhaps any other cuts that you wishes to or desires to take. If any councilors have any other cut before the discussion ends, this is the time to propose any particular motion for any particular cut and any other department that is not being part of the amendment. So that way the council can discuss the potential cost that anybody might propose, if there is any.
Council President.
Councilor President Infante.
Thank you. Before we proceed with proposing budget cuts, I do want to hear from the administration. We did receive a question during public hearing about the Veterans Office, and those two positions have been ordinance, and we have a city employee asking a question and wanting answers, and I'm curious to know the answer to that too. So if the CAFO can come up and or Advisor Spanner, either or, whoever can address the question.
Pardon me, I think I can answer the question. I think there are two positions funded in the Veteran Services Department. I think he indicated that there were three positions ordinanced in the budget, but there are three positions in the ordinance. There are two positions in the budget: the Veteran Services and a confidential secretary.
Sure. It's just for the record. It's 4 on the ordinance. It's 2 being funded,
Yeah,
and he was asking one of the other, and then he was asking for another one to be funded.
Yeah. Okay.
So on the public hearing, it was a question. Maybe this is the time to discuss.
Yes, and I would like to clarify on behalf of the mayor. The other, another aspect that we considered, yes, indeed, our population is growing, but the veterans population has gone down based on the information that we have received, based on previous years that we've saw. If that information is different, then that information needs to be provided. We did our due diligence in looking at that. If you have the amount of veterans based on in previous years that were higher, that required, at that time, they required more employees, and that was never brought up. So now that the numbers are reducing, so you look at the number, and the services are remaining the same. What we're looking at, if the population was higher, the services was based on the same amount of people that were in the department. Now that the numbers are dropping, then how could you justify it? I mean, that's the logic of the administration. The question was raised, and so far, this city, it's not only the mayor or this administration, but including yourselves as a body, you have attended several ceremonies within the community, and we have given the veterans the best amount of service, at least under this administration, with even our fallen soldiers. This administration has been very supportive of the veterans, and it's reflected in the budget. Thank you.
All right, no problem. With point well taken. The question was asked, and the question was responded or answered. So any Councilor Plan?
I'd like to make an amendment. I'd like to make a budget cut.
You making your motion?
I'm going to make a motion.
Okay.
Ready to make a motion for a budget cut this evening for, I guess the rules are, name the page, 101, emergency management. Looking for a reduction of $25,000 for that line item. 000 miscellaneous, 51 personal services.
So, Councilor Plan, do you mind mentioning first the page,
101,
the fund, the department, and that way it's stay for the record, please?
Emergency management, page 101.
101.
Reducing it to 105.
To 105. And I'll explain if I can get a second.
To 105. So the proposed cut is been for $25,000 for the position of the emergency management, which is the fund, page 101, Fund 01, Department 029. You can explain. Yep.
Let's go ahead and speak.
Can you hear a second?
Second.
Thank you.
It's been properly second. Discussion.
Thank you. So
Councilor
discussion. So I had a chance to talk to the mayor about it. He firmly believes that this is important. Clearly, emergency management in the city, wherever it is critical, whether it's a fire, whether it's whatever, but there's things that happen before to get ready for an emergency, things that happen during an emergency, and then things that happen after an emergency. So there's a lot of work involved. I would have liked to have not have to have this position here, but we're going in that direction. So I had a chance to take a look at some other cities, because what I wanted to do is I wanted to make sure that whatever the number was at least made some sense. So quickly pulled up 3 cities, picked Lowell, Boston, and Worcester, so 3 major cities. And they all have emergency services director, someone who's dedicated for that purpose. The highest one was Boston, $110,000. Lowell was $105,000, and Worcester was, I think, about $87,000. So my amendment here is to put it into the ballpark of where the other major municipalities are. So going from 130 to 105, which is similar to what Lowell is, and just a tick below Boston, but higher than Worcester. So that's the motion. That's why I went to 105. That's that.
There is a motion on the table, properly second. Discussion. All right, at this point, we'll...
Council President.
Councilor Luzon.
I just want to make a comment in regards to this position. We are trying here to reduce and make some cuts, and on the other hand, the mayor is creating new departments, because in my understanding, based on the last meeting, one of the meetings we had at the budget, no, personal, I don't recall which one, that one person can be, one department can be formed by, well, one person. So the mayor's office, instead of sending this position to the fire department, where we have, where we can get the job done for free, but it's been done for free, well, for free for years by the chief of the fire department. The mayor office wants to create a new department, basically. So we're trying to save money on one hand, and on the other hand, we're trying to create new positions, new departments. So it doesn't make sense to me. Ideally, this position should be in the fire department, under the chief of the fire department.
All right. Any other councilors that wish to speak on this specific cut of $25,000 for the emergency management position? Anybody else? At this time, I call the question for that specific motions. All those in favor, please say aye. Roll call, please.
Councilor Levy.
Well, let's be a little bit fair to the administration. I apologize. I called them up to the podium, but before I actually gave them the opportunity to speak, I called the question. So my apologies. So, councilors, let's hear from the administration before we make this.
Council President.
Yes, Councilor Luzon.
We keep, every time you call the administration, we get the advisor.
Yes, the administration
senior
is
advisor.
the administration decide.
Can we hear from the mayors?
It's up to the
From the
administration,
mayor.
Councilor Luzon.
Just to
If
put
they
it out
want to
there.
have the mayor and the podium,
So
he's
I'm
here.
inclined to vote for
Councilor
your
Luzon.
race, Advisor Spanner, because you represent the chief of staff.
Councilor
And
Luzon.
you represent the mayor, so you're doing the job for 3 people.
Out of order, Councilor Luzon. The administration have the floor at this point.
Council President, I follow the instructions and direction from my boss.
Which is the mayor.
Which is the mayor. And in clarifying the point that was brought by Councilor Mark LaPlante, We have also done our research based on the information. During the flooding, and this is going to be brief, during the flooding that we had last year, we had to rely on the information that was provided by our neighboring city, North Andover. The city manager, the town manager, was very generous in terms of having staff provide us the information. Most recently, we had the incident that happened with the plane that it didn't even ditched. It basically crashed in our river. There was a loss of life. God forbid if that case would have happened in a densely populated area like in Lawrence. And it happened in Methuen. It could have happened in Lawrence. The mayor has requested this position to be filled for the last 3 budgets, and it has not happened. We did our salary comparison for the position, and unfortunately, if there's any emergency in terms of coordination, that would have not happened. In terms of the fire department, we have each one of the department, and you have seen, I do agree with you, there are certain communities where they have them under different departments. They do have the salary that is different, but in our case, they are nothing to compare with the emergency services that we go through. Recently, with with the explosion of one of the what you call it, the transformer, there was one that we expected and we knew eventually, because our infrastructure is old, was going to blow, and it did happen. And that caused from a small group of families that needed to be displaced to a number of 79 families, individuals that needed help. Fortunately, the weather changed, so some of them went home. But if it was a normal situation of it, or if it worsened, then we had more expenses, because then we had to transfer the families to other area. I would advise the council to really consider. It's not about saving. It's about helping our community, and this position is going to require a lot of work.
Council President.
Council Luzon.
Thank you, Council President, and to you, Council President. It's supposed to be also about saving, because if you mention safety, it's going to be an issue, because you're trying to send a great police officer, a great police officer with 0 experience on emergencies. You're trying to send him to be the director of this new department, because it's basically what the mayor's office is telling us is that they're going to form a new department with 1 person. It's not only about saving money here, I guess. So it's also about safety. And you're saying, Senior Advisor, that the department of the fire department did a poor job in the last emergency that you mentioned. Is that accurate? Because you didn't mention, not once, the job done by the fire department. So you mentioned 2 emergencies, two emergencies, and you didn't mention the job done by the fire department. So we were in a lot of trouble dealing with those emergencies.
I'm going to respond to your question.
Yes, sure. Please.
Through the council president.
Sure.
Everybody worked in a team, and it was visible during the exercise. Even the city councilors that I called, including the president that was away, we maintained in communication. So everybody worked as a team. If the fire chief, fire department, everybody gets paid, just like us. We get paid. This is about and the team here in the city, as with the state of the city of the mayor, he asks you to thank all the employees, because we are very grateful. Without the teamwork, this would never happen. Nevertheless, The fact remains that the administration considers, the mayor considers that we should have this position to be dedicated and an individual that is trained. And as you know, the person that has been appointed right now temporarily has been a police officer, or is a police officer.
Thank you for responding. That to you, Council President.
Councilor Luzon.
So, once again, you're gonna take a great police officer with zero experience with emergencies, such as the one that you described, and you're gonna send him to create a new department, a one-person department. That is what we have in front of us. I think this position should be under the fire department, and yes, send him there. At least he will have the supervision that is required for this type of job. And then we're gonna put safety first. And then make the salary cut, but send him to work at least under the chief of the fire department.
All right, both arguments have been here, councilors. It is important to recognize one little portion. This emergency management position has been in the budget. This is the first time. And the administration have mentioned that they have tried several times. If it's not in the budget, it is something that the council cannot consider. So just to clarify that point on there. So, councilors, we have a motion in front of us to cut the proposed emergency management position by $25,000 to $105,000. So, at this point, councilors, if there is any comments, questions, or concern on that, I'll call the question for the cut. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Councilor Levy?
Yes.
Councilor LaPlante?
Yes.
Councilor Luzon?
No.
Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Councilor Santiago?
No.
Councilor Marmol?
Yes.
Councilor Reyes?
Yes.
Council Vice President Infante?
Yes.
Council President?
I vote yes. Motion carries. So, councilors, any other proposed cut? Remember, this is Councilor Vice President Infante.
Thank you. I have a question either for the CAFO or Senior Advisor Spanner regarding the new cuts that they sent over. The cut under the mayor's office, the salary reduction, temporary wages. Why is it being cut by 10,000 and not by the total amount? Can you go over again what those monies would be used for on a temporary basis within the mayor's department?
I think that cut of $10,915 was to reduce the budget to a similar number from the prior year. So it's a kind of an odd amount, but I think it was to get the budget within the same increase as the prior year, if I recall.
So, Councilor Infante, Councilor Vice President Infante, you can propose the remaining cut if you prefer.
I'm aware, thank you. Can you state what this would be used for, this line item? The remaining would be 18,915.
Well, it's for temporary wages, student interns. I think the mayor's office hires student interns throughout the year. So it's for part-time employees, temporary employees.
So originally I wasn't thinking of cutting the whole thing, but I think the mayor's office is fully staffed with 10 individuals. I don't think is needed a student intern. That's why we are, I'm not looking at the rest of the employees, but that's why the administration supports and advocates for the individuals that they have within their office because it's needed. I would like to make a motion to cut the salaries and wages from the mayor's from the mayor's office, an additional $18,915.
So out of the page 3132 account.
Page 32.
Yeah, page 32 account 010 220 5120. The salary reduction, temporary wages, to be reduced by the total amount, which is 18,000, right?
$18,915.
All right, discussion. I mean, can I hear a second? Can I hear a second?
Second.
Properly second. Discussion.
Discussion.
Councilor LaPlante.
So I think we're going down the right path to asking the administration when we are making cuts, what impact that has. And through you, Mr. President, I'd like to ask the administration, a reduction of 18,000, what does that mean for the office?
What does that mean for the office? This specific cut that is being proposed on that salary reduction temporary wages.
I think we can compromise in having that.
Thank you.
All right. The administration have said that they can compromise with having the cut. Councilors, any other discussion? I hear none. At this point, I call the question. So all those in favor of the cut for the previous account mentioned for the total amount of $18,000, $18,915, please say aye.
Aye.
Any objection? Any noes? I hear none, so motion carries. Councilors, any other proposed cuts that is not being proposed at this moment that the councilors wishes to continue? Councilor LaPlante. Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Under the city council budget, page number 28, professional services, looking to make a motion, it's all for discussion purposes, to reduce that by $15,000. Page 28.
Page
City
28.
Council, professional services.
Page 28, City Council, Fund 01, Department 001, Division 029, under the professional services, the total amount to be proposed or to be cut for the total amount of $15,000 under the professional services. That is a motion by Councilor LaPlante. Can I hear a second? Properly second. Discussion.
Discussion?
Councilor LaPlante?
Thank you, Mr. President. So, putting this budget together back a year ago, professional services was done for two different things. One, it paid for the folks who actually run the cameras, come to the meetings, people who do some of the transcriptions, and also the translation services. And I'm very proud, Mr. President, of us getting the translation services last year. And I think it's been going very well, and it's allowed many people an opportunity who may not have to speak and listen and participate in our city council meetings. But I think we need to dig a little deeper as to why that $15,000. In professional services, we have $30,000, which is the amount of money that we've set aside last year. We spent out of that amount $26,000, so we underspent. But what's important is this. We have encumbered, and that's a fancy accounting term, encumbered. Encumbered means we have put aside money that we haven't spent yet for the purposes of paying individuals or paying for something in that particular item. So if you look at the encumbered and you look at the unspent money, we have about $17,000 left. $17,000 left in that account that we have essentially 5 business days, because the end of the fiscal year is on Monday, to pay for. I think if what we're going to do here is ask residents to pay more money in their taxes, ultimately, if this budget passes, the mayor's office has already done their part a little bit, maybe it's whatever, but they have cut part of their budget as well. I think we should also show some leadership and understand that we're going to pass this budget. We should also do some cutting as well in our own budget, especially when it's really not going to impact our expenditures coming for the next fiscal year. So that's the reason why it's $15,000, because I still think there's plenty of money left even with that cut. through the encumbered and money that's been unspent this fiscal year. Thank you.
If I might, I will justify the $15,000 increasement on the professional services for the following reasons. That increasement means that the City Council, with the current technology that we are actually acquired, that has been, we were waiting for such a long time, we also need to look into probably acquire other type of technology and that might help us out when it comes to multiples services that we provide, including perhaps looking into potential other way of taking the minutes that are not going to fit, that are not going to necessarily reduce the employee that we have in place, but try to make it more efficient through different softwares and different, perhaps even AI, if possible. Looking into the potential of reaching out to more youth, potentially, and reaching out to a lot more people through technology, since we're going to be able to look into different options. If the council desire that we're going to stay as we are, a body that potentially reach a minimum amount of people through the technology that we've been using, by all means, we can stay like that. I prefer not to, since we have a young population that is not being involved, is not getting involved with the council. And we actually were able to see the potential of getting the youth and getting that specific population that have not been reached out by for many years. When we started using the Zoom meeting back then, during the pandemic, a lot of people started joining the meetings through the Zoom meetings, and a lot of people started interacting more with the city council. That was purposely reduced, and we are trying to purposely get back to the population that we have missed. I think that this council is a council that understands the importance of reaching out to different people, reaching out to different communities, reaching out to different population in terms of age, gender, in terms of anything that we understand that we might serve. And with the help of the professional services in the future, we will try to get to that point. We are talking about $15,000 that we increase on that line item. Looking at other departments, I see that line item didn't increase by 15,000, increased by a lot more. But I understand what is behind this. I understand what was the intent. I just don't share it. So when it comes to speaking about leadership, it is a different style of leadership. But the city of Lawrence have moved in another direction. Councilors, any comments, concern about this? I go into the second round of questioning. Yes, I need to go to the second round of questioning, Councilor Plant, and then go back to you. Councilor Plant.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So I was able to get the memo that you sent to the CAFO regarding the budget increases. I'm not sure if anybody else has it, but I have a copy of it. And it looks as though a couple of things. One is that in the memo that you have, you're mixing accounts with your AI initiative versus what's going on in professional services, because you have that under a different account. That's the first thing. And the second thing is under your professional services account, you mentioned that the line item pays for the staff to broadcast the meetings on local cable. It's also used to pay the Spanish language translation services. All that's correct. Currently, we're only able to pay for 2 hours of translation services per meeting, and we're still going over the budget. we've never put a cap as to how much time we've had for translation services, and we're not clearly going over the budget when we have $17,000 unspent. Our goal is to be able to have the services for longer timeframes, et cetera. And and that's the basis for going up to $45,000.
Yeah.
So one of the things as well, Council President, and I don't mean to nitpick, and please, I hope that you'll find this in the spirit that it's given. I just recall very specifically last year how, we wanted to have more collaboration with counselors and asking counselors what they want in the budget. That was very clear to me when I sat where you sat. And I wasn't asked, and I'm not sure, I'm not complaining about this, but I wasn't asked in this particular round if what these were. And if you're going to go in the direction of AI that you just mentioned, that's a very significant change in policy. I know that the Commonwealth of the state is actually quite hesitant toward embracing that at some levels, and they're still trying to study whether or not it's actually a place where they want to incorporate AI into state government. And that's a conversation that's ongoing because the technology is so new. And for us just to go ahead and start leaping into AI without having the kind of background and talking about what that might mean, unintended consequences, what does it mean for the workforce, a lot of other things that you touched upon, Council President, correctly. I just think that we should I think that's more of a conversation that we should collectively have before we start going down that road. So I just think it's important through you, Mr. President, that our colleagues are aware of that. Thank you.
No problem. I understand, Councilor Plant, and I understand, Councilor Plant. At the end of the day, everybody's aware that before we actually get into an agreement with any specific or any particular services like we did with translation services, this council have to vote on it, and then if we don't spend the money is going to go back to the general fund. I just want to make sure that everybody's aware. Who was Councilor Levy?
Yes, I would like to hear from the council. See, we have still left $17,000. Is any bill that has to be paid on the next few days before the start of the new year?
The amount that you have left in the budget, the amount that's encumbered, I think, in that line item was 13,000. Is that what, Council? Yeah, 13,367.07, which means they've encumbered consulting services of 13,000. I'll have the breakdown of which consultants are in there, but that's the account where they pay the guys that work the cameras and the translator and the minute taker.
Yes, but my question is still, do we have any bill to pay before the end of the fiscal year? So because right now they say that we have 13,000 left. Do we have any other bill to pay before the end of the fiscal year? Or that amount is going to be keep it, transfer, or what is going to happen if we don't use it before the end of the year?
Well, the 13,000 is encumbered, meaning it's set aside and it'll be carried into next year. So any invoices that are outstanding can be paid out of those encumbrances. That's the reason why we usually get an encumbrance or a purchase order for an estimated amount of what you need, and they can use that in the next year. So that will carry over once it's encumbered, and the 13,000 will carry over into next year. So we don't, if there's any invoices that they haven't encumbered, or for a vendor that they don't have on here, that'd be different. But I'm pretty sure these are the encumbrances for all of the consultants in the council office.
Council President, through you. So if we do not are going to use the money and we remove like the 15,000, that's amount that we are transfer this year to the next year can compensate it. That amount
based on the conversation that I have with the CAFO today, that was not the total amount. We never bring that amount. Specifically, we've been paying bills as this budget, I didn't put it together. We've been paying what is in front of us, what we're incurring to. encounter to, and then we keep on moving the city council forward. We're not having discussions about coffee. We're not having discussions about pens. We're not having discussions about supplies, because those are things that the city council need and use, as we all know. We are having main discussions when it comes to things that the city council is having a daily basis, just like any other department in the city of Lawrence. Any other councilors around this?
Through you, Mr. President.
Councilor Reyes.
Councilor Leveres Nathan. Okay. I think we can keep in this amount because when we are starting to offer interpretation, we are starting to offer to our full council meeting, but we have a lot of inconvenience to our ordinance committee because sometimes our constituent attending, but they don't have the ability to express themselves. So we have more funding, we can implement to have interpretation to our ordinance committee too, because sometimes we need to ask into the audience to support our participant or our constituent to when they want to request or presenting some issue.
All right, thank you, Councilor Reyes. All right, at this point, councilors are going to explain what a vote yes means. A vote yes means to cut the $15,000. A vote no means to keep it as proposed. Councilors, any other questions?
Council President.
Sure, Councilor Plant.
That's one way to spin it. The other way to spin it is to keep it the balanced budget, to keep it as it is, keep it the current rate it is right now. So there's two ways to spin it. So we're just not adding more money, we're keeping what it is, and we haven't spent all the money we had this year, so we would be able to go to the ordinance committee and some other committees just based on the money that we have today. Thank you, Council President.
Councilors, a vote yes means we cut in the budget. A vote no means that we keep it as is. At this point, I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye. No. Roll call, please.
Councilor Reyes?
Is to maintain the budget as it is?
The vote yes means that we're cutting the budget
No.
by 15.
So you're voting no. Councilor Marmol?
No.
Councilor Santiago?
No.
Councilor Del Rosario?
No.
Councilor Luzon?
No.
Councilor LaPlante?
Yes.
Councilor Levy?
No.
Councilor Infante?
No.
Council President?
I vote no. Councilors, any other proposed cut on the budget?
Council President.
Councilor Vice President Infante.
Thank you. I have a question, going back to the cuts that the administration proposed on June 18th. I'm looking specifically at the employee benefits section towards the bottom. And I would like to know from the CAFO, making these cuts, are these areas where perhaps in the future you would have to come before the council again to ask for additional funding? Because it's employee benefits, so I just want to clarify that.
I don't believe so. I think we budgeted exactly 16 million for employee group insurance or health insurance for employees. So we think we cut almost 200,000 out of that. We think we can still get by. It's still a little bit more than this year. I think it was our budget this year is 15.6 million. So it still provides us with an increase. The next two accounts, reserve for ILD. I was just trying to build up the ILD reserve fund and the workers' comp reserve fund. So I had put additional amounts in the budget. So if we cut those budgets, I still have balances in those accounts. I was trying to build up a larger reserve. So unless we have an unusual year for ILD or workers' comp, we should make it through the year.
Okay. I do have a slight concern with one, and I can't, you guys already suggested a cut, so. For the group insurance commission, I do see that the budget FY24 through April 10th, it was a bit lower than FY22 and FY23. However, it looks like there could be a increasing pattern, and I'm just a little worried about that section for the future. Because even though we didn't use everything up to April 10th,
we still have some more bills to pay, so we plan on using the appropriation, or we're going to be pretty close to the appropriation this year. We think when we came down for the transfers at year end, that account and all the others, we projected through June 30th. So this amount that we're projecting for next year, we originally projected 16 million. We're cutting it almost 200,000 here. It'll be a little closer than I'd like it, but I think we're going to make it. I mean, if not, we will be back at the end of next year, but I don't expect to.
Thank you.
Any other proposed cut under this fiscal year 2024 that the council would like to propose? Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you. I'm going to take one more bite at the apple, see how far this goes, because I think it's important that we show some leadership. I'm going to make a motion, again, to reduce the city council budget. Page 28. Other purchase services, $8,000.
All right, there is a motion on the table to reduce the city council budget by $8,000. Can I hear a second?
Just one. Second.
It's been properly seconded by Councilor Levy. Discussion.
Thank you very much, Council President, again. I know this is not easy, Council President. Because
No. It is within your right.
Thank you. So this does not have any encumbered money set aside, but we are increasing it by $9,500. And this year, we have $8,000 unspent in this account. And again, to remind folks, this is other purchase services on page 28. We're going to increase it by 95, so I'm not even looking at the whole increase. I'm looking to reduce it by the amount of money that's been left. The line item is other purchase services, under purchase services, 5380. So again, it's not so much that what the council president has is a bad idea in this thing. But again, we are asking taxpayers to sacrifice. And we are including, I will say this, we are including in our own budget, I'm not even going to look at the salaries, $35,000 worth of new expenditures in the city council alone, and we don't have a very big budget, and that's a lot. And so if we're going to be asking folks to pay more in their taxes, I think it's important that even if it's just tokenism, even if it's just an example, even if it's just showing that we're going to do a little bit as well, so that they don't think that we're just going to increase everything in our budget too, and we're going to ask you to pay some more. Especially in light of the fact that I don't, because of the money that, again, we're putting out, we're not spending this year, I don't think we're going to feel a lot of pain if we don't put it. The council president, I'll read what he put in his memo to the CAFO on this. The council's request to increase this line item is based on several different upcoming objectives. This line item is used to provide the city council's resources to assist their constituent for plaques and other tribute materials that the council uses to honor dignitaries and noteworthy residents. As we expand with the newly created Economic Development Committee, the council aims to fund marketing and related video and promotional items. Most importantly, the council intends to adopt AI-based technology to assist with several different functions, including our minutes, and would need funds to both start up these programs as well as pay annual licensing and servicing fees. I don't know what the price is for that. I guess when I relinquish the floor, I would ask the council president, does he have a quote? Does he know what that is? But anyway, so I think just keeping it where it is, we're going to increase it by $1,500, to be quite frank. So it's not going to go down completely to what it was. But again, it sends the right signal to our community about what we're doing. Thank you.
Councilor LaPlante, as we previously mentioned it before, we are trying to do a different job that it was from compared to what happened in the past. This council have chosen to move in another direction. You have voiced it out by the community, and we are going to continue doing the work I wish that we look into other departments as well, as we are deeping into it. This department. This is the department that you led for 3 years, I believe, and we are trying to start our next budget to have the autonomy and to have the services that the community deserves. I'm not saying that you did the opposite, but we're moving on that direction. I believe that based on what we've been discussed and the proposed on the memo, I believe that the total amount that was proposed to be increased is something that is not exponentially or 3 times more than what it was before, budgets that in the past you have no question whatsoever. I'm not going to go back and forth. I allow the council to take a look at this and preferably not to support the cut and move forward to other things that are maybe more important.
Council President.
Councilor De Rosario.
Thank you, through you, Council President.
Sure.
I don't know if I'm losing or anything. Can we make some cuts that actually make some difference on the tax of the constituents? Because it seems like would that make a difference, Kafo, on the tax levy for the constituents if we make some different cuts? We just penny picking here in general, not just our department. But the major cuts has been done that is going to make a difference on our constituents when it comes to relevant taxpayers. So, I mean, it's just my opinion. If we're going to make some cuts that's going to make a difference when it comes to taxpaying.
Thank you, Councilor Rosario. At this point, any other councilors would like to speak on this? A vote yes means that we're making the cut. A vote no means that we are not allowing this cut to go through. All those in favor, please say aye. No.
No.
Roll call, please.
Councilor Levy,
So the question is, I say yes?
you would like to cut?
You would like to cut.
Okay, no.
Councilor LaPlante,
Yes.
Councilor Luzon? No. Councilor Del Rosario,
No.
Councilor Santiago? No. Councilor Marmal,
No.
Councilor Reyes,
No.
Council Vice President Infante,
No.
Council President Rodriguez.
No. Motion fails. Councilors, any other specific cut that would like to discuss tonight?
Page 32.
Councilor Son, before you go, Councilor Malmo have her hands raised before, so I recognize her, and then right after Councilor Son. Councilor Malmo.
I'll try to be brief, and I agree with Councilor Del Rosario in terms of the fact that it does feel like we're penny picking here. It seems like out of everything that we could discuss here in this budget, and I'm a little disappointed, Councilor LaPlante, that you're choosing to focus on like what my opinion would be considered minor in terms of the dent that it would make in terms of the budget and the effect that it would cause to the residents in the city. But then I also have to argue the fact that Councilor Del Rosario, you brought up a good point in terms of could we get to the meat and bounds of what the purpose of this meeting is for, and yet I have yet to hear any, with the exception of Councilor Infante, in making a recommendation to make some proper cuts. As a newer counselor here, I look to senior counselors to kind of start this discussion in order for us to make some proper decisions for the city. With that being said, I would like to hear from the mayor's administration, considering how the discussion regarding the 1.5 million in the reduction in education and how that was kind of like a major disappointment when it was spread through the public. If you guys could speak on that in terms of how that's going to affect the amendments that you guys have made to the budget, in order for me to proceed with my line of questioning.
Okay, I think you were asking about the 1.5 million in education. This is a proposed decrease to the appropriation to the school department, with the caveat that we're hoping to come up with negotiate with the school department to see if there are some costs that the city incurs that we could count towards our required contribution. Our required contribution is roughly 15.2 million, which is an increase of 1.5 million more than last year. And so we're just we're going to see if we can find some expenses that the city incurs to put towards our net school spending contribution. And one of the key areas that we're proposing is that our administrative expenses that we can charge the school right now is approximately 1.1 million. The DESE publishes an amount per capita of student of roughly $139 per student, which equates to a little over $2 million. So we've got about, we think there's about 900,000 there. That's a little reasonable within DESE regulations. And then we have some other expenses that we think should count towards our 15.2 million that we must contribute. But we would have to work that out with the school department, even though it's, we're still within we still have to contribute the 15.2 million, but it can be in cash or it can be in-kind services, if you will.
So the 1.5 million reduction, do you mind going into detail exactly where is it exactly, is it going to be reduced from?
That would be up to the school department to decide where the amounts decrease from. They have a total appropriation of 279. Of the education component is 264.9 million. So they would have to decide where the 1.5 million is allocated. In this budget, they just get a lump sum. They decide what to do with the whole 264 million and teacher salaries and so on. That's within their purview, not ours.
Councilor, the way it works is like we are responsible for a specific amount of dollars that we need to put into the school system, and the school system will be able to distribute that funds accordingly. Am I correct?
Yeah, the school department decides how to distribute the 264 million.
Yes. Sure. Did you have a point of clarification?
Just a question on the same subject.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Rosario.
Can the current superintendent answer me this question if it's possible? Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good evening, councils. Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, regardless of anything, well, right to the question. In the past two budgets, how much money have the school turns back to the state?
We don't return anything back to the state. Any funding that we don't use goes into a general city account, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Rhino.
Oh, sorry for that,
As
but
well,
yeah.
just to make sure there's no misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Since I've been here in October of 2011, we've never taken any money back from the school department. What happens is money that they, in general, they have a large budget. They don't spend all of their budget, but they encumber. We allow the remaining balance to be carried into next year. For example, this year, it's anticipated they may have around $4 million left over. We don't put that back in the general fund into free cash. We allow them to carry that into the next year. Because as I read the DESI regulations, as long as you're unless you're over the required net school spending amount, you can't really take any money back from the school department. They're entitled to that once we appropriate it.
So roughly 4 million this year, and how about the previous, the last, budget?
A few million here. I mean, over the last 10 years, it's a few million here. One year might have been 7 million. It might have been, actually, it might have been a little closer to 10 million during the COVID year, as obviously that was extenuating circumstances. Might have been 13 million, something like that, because the schools were pretty much closed.
That was all.
But in general, it's a few million every year. 264 million, a lot of it, they encumber what they can with invoices and proposed invoices for the following year, and they encumber those funds, which kind of sets it aside. But then there's certain amounts you just can't even, they aren't even able to encumber because they may need it for salaries and so forth. So they're allowed to carry that into next year and appropriate it as they see fit.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent.
Yeah, and I think just to follow up on what Councilor Marmol had asked, I think, the municipal reimbursement is something that's an allowable expense for net school spending. Obviously, the Comptroller's Office does work for us. We'll reimburse some of those costs. DPW does some work for us. We'll reimburse DPW for those costs. So that's kind of what we're talking about here. And we had initial conversations about the MOU, which was last drafted and signed, I believe, in 2013, if I'm not incorrect, and it expired in 2019, so it has not been updated for the last 5 years, and we are looking to update the MOU, again, according to the DESI formula, the formula that the Department of Education has for allowable reimbursements. So we're not, we're certainly not talking about reducing the number of reading specialists, for example, or the number of paraprofessionals that are going to serve in our district. In fact, we're with our increase that we received from Chapter 70 and from SOA, we're proposing 126 new positions, counselors. So I don't want folks to feel like there's going to be any type of services that students are going to lose out on. Of course, we'll myself and Mr. Carrera will have conversations with the folks on the city side to make sure that we're doing this in an equitable way, guided by the DESI regulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent.
You're welcome.
Mr. Rodriguez, I'm so sorry. Is the state saying that Lawrence is required to pay?
As the CAFO said, it's about $15.2 million is the required city contribution, and again, that's the formula from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and as the CAFO mentioned, last year and a half, anyways, they have not asked for any money back from the school department. Of course, we collaborate on many things with not just this, but with many of the city departments, as we should. So,
And you feel okay with this reduction?
well, it's not really a reduction because we have to spend approximately $280 million per the state. We have to spend this $280 million. There are some things that we reimburse for, as I said. If the Department of Public Works comes over to one of our schools and works on a temperature control system, we don't have someone to do that, we reimburse the DPW for the work that they're doing. Again, the Comptroller's Office, the Treasurer's Office, things that they do for us that we cannot do, that's work. So, it is an allowable expense for us to reimburse. And again, we're proposing 126 new positions for next year that are going to be fully funded, and hopefully we can fill them all and get as close to spending 100% of our money as possible. And again, to follow up on what Councilor Del Rosario initially asked, we have approximately $4 million right now. There might be something that comes up, some expense that we have to pay these last couple of weeks, but money that we have excess that we're not going to spend, we found ways to use it. For example, we got waivers for new fire alarm systems at the Arlington and the South Lawrence East School that we're doing work on this summer. So, I personally feel like we're in pretty good shape moving forward. So.
This is a point of clarification through you, Council President. So the reason why it's being reduced is because you did not use the 1.5 million? So when money is not being used?
Again, I get concerned when we say reduce. Again, allowable expenses for net school spending involve teacher salaries, but they also include municipal reimbursements. So we are going to spend, again, approximately $280 million. we are working on this antiquated MOU that's over a decade old, and we're talking with the city about incorporating a new MOU that's agreeable to everybody, that's based on a formula that the state sends out to everybody. So it's not what I think is good or what maybe Mark thinks is good. It's a state formula that is used by probably almost all the municipalities across the state and their school departments.
I can just be, excuse me, I can just be a little more specific, just because I mentioned it. The administrative salaries that or administrative costs that we charge the school for is roughly 1.1 million per our 2013 MOU. The DESI calculation, allows $139.93 per student as a per pupil administrative cost average. And they print that on their website every year, and many municipalities use that per pupil cost instead of trying to figure out what the actual administrative cost may be.
And, again, when we do have the updated MOU signed, whenever that is, again, it's not going to be a cut to the school department. The city can't decide that, the state said that our contribution has to be 15.2. We're only going to send 14 million to the school department. If that happens, probably in December or January, you'd get a letter from somebody at DESI saying you need to transfer $1.2 million over to the school department. So again, this will be something, whenever it happens, allowable reimbursements to the city for work that is being done.
There any other questions about the $1.5 million allowable expenditure? Yeah.
Council President?
Councilor Vice President Infante.
Thank you. I don't have a question about the 1.5 million. I do have a comment because I don't know when's the next time I'm going to see the interim superintendent. I believe your last day is this week, or when is the new superintendent coming in?
Within the next couple of weeks.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I may not see you, this counselor may not see you, and I just want to say thank you for your service as interim superintendent. You have been amazing to work with. You treat everyone within the city of Lawrence equally, professionally, and I just wanted you to know that at least I will miss working with you, and I look forward to working with you in other capacities in the future.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate those kind words, Council Vice President. I think, Lawrence is a great place in general. I've loved working for the school department, being able to work, with city councilors and the LAE board, folks from City Hall and all the department heads. Has been a great pleasure. So thank you. I appreciate those kind words.
Yeah, it was just to piggyback on your comment, Councilor Vice President. It make a huge difference between what happened in the past and what happened with Superintendent Rodriguez. I definitely appreciate everything they have done for the city. Thank you. Councilors, any proposed cut, anything else before we move on the questions? Did you? Okay, Councilor Levy. Councilor Levy, go ahead.
No, the only thing that I want to say is thank you to all the departments that have been taking the time, during all of this time for putting all the budget together. I think so that it's great. We've been having a very great budget. So after all the cuts that was done by the mayor office, so that this is great. I think this is what is important right now, that the taxpayer was reduced from the 8% that we had at the beginning when we saw the first time the budget, it got to 2.5. So thank you. I want to thank you everybody for taking this opportunity and bring all of this reduction without. I know that also all members of the city council have been putting a lot of time in here, talking about every single penny that comes to our city. So this year, I know that it's been very controversial, but I think so that we already had a very good year. So we haven't done a lot of things that hasn't been done in this city for many years. We are A+ in reality. We have a very good audit. So for the first time, I hear the person that did the audit, okay, to say that many of the things that hasn't been accomplished for many years has been accomplished in the last couple of years. So I know that it's very hard for people to say that we've been having a city in a very good shape. Right now, we have our city in a very good shape, and there is so many changes that are happening in here, whether or not, like it or not to people, but we having a lot of good things. And I want to thank you, all the city members and the administration, for the job that they are doing. Also, the member of the city council who's taking all of the time, because we've been putting a lot of hours revising this budget and doing all of the changing and getting the penny, single by single, penny in here, okay, to make sure that our taxpayers are getting the best. And this city is going to continue getting forward, and it's going to continue getting the best, because we are the best. We are right now in a very good shape. And I'm sorry, but this is my feeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Levy.
Motion to pass 10.
Motion,
So moved.
motion to pass.
Second.
It's already done. All right, motion to pass then. I entertain the motion. There is a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Councilor District D, you have the floor.
So I guess for the purpose of continuing this important conversation that it seems like most of us are maybe afraid of asking, I think the majority of the issues and the consensus that I'm getting, there is a heavy part in terms of the line of questioning, in terms of new positions and salary increases. I think it's important, especially as a new counselor, for me to gain an understanding. For one, if the position makes sense. Do they serve a purpose? And if the salary aligns with the position that is being created. So for starters, I want to, before I even make a recommendation to cut or to make adjustments, I'm hoping that the mayor's office could provide clarity in terms of page 32, Office of the Mayor, Data Entry Clerk. I see that this is a new position. If we could get a description, if this is, you know, I want to be able to gain an understanding to justify this position and the salary that's in place.
Yes, Councilor, through the Council President, that position has been filled. It's not a new position. It's a position, the title has changed. The title has changed, but the position, I mean, we went before the City Council and requested it to be changed.
No.
I think the
Hold on a second.
title last year was administrative aid to the mayor. You can see there was 2 last year and there's none this year. That was one of the positions that was reclassified to a data entry clerk in front of the council last year.
Yeah.
So we just reflected in the budget this year.
One thing I forgot to mention as well, Councilor and Council President, councilors, is that the question in regards to the emergency management also is by ordinance. And that position has been placed on the books.
Yeah, go to this question.
No,
because I
it's
mean,
just to clarify.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, it is by ordinance, and it was many years ago, and now the reality and the population has also grown.
No, thank you for the clarification, but I mean, we are on that specific yet. We haven't, are you satisfied with the answer?
Well, yes, I am satisfied. I thought it was a new position. I did not know it was a
Well,
change.
and on the budget, it was not budget in fiscal year 2024, and it was budget on fiscal year 2025.
So it's a creation of a
So
new
it's
position?
not a creation of a new position, but it's been funded on this budget first time. So it was cut on another one and then funded on this one. So that's what is in front of us.
But wait, my,
I just want to just clarify.
wait, time out.
Was it
Through you,
cut?
Council President, my original question was to justify the need for this position.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so, the position was just renamed. It was not a cut last year. It was a different title last year, as I just indicated. If you can look on page 28, you'll see that there were 10 positions last year and 10 positions this year. So there's nothing, no new positions were added. The data entry clerk is the person, the greeter at the front of City Hall. That's the position that's the person that serves in that title, data entry clerk. It's just per ordinance, the data entry clerk was a position that was created and approved by the city council a couple of years ago. So last year, it still had the old title, administrative aide to the mayor. This year, we eliminated administrative aide to the mayor, went from 2 down to 0. And we didn't really cut those people. They're just reclassified to their proper titles that were amended by the city council.
Councilor District D, you have any other question?
Council President.
Councilor, before I recognize you, I
If I may.
need to recognize Councilor Santiago first. She was asking for the floor. Councilor Santiago.
Yes, through you, Mr. President. Can the office or somebody for the mayor's office can describe what is the regular duty, what is the day, what is the job, describe the day, how the daily entry clerk is doing on regular day?
So the duties of the entry clerk. Push the button, Councilor Santiago. You gotta push the button. But they got the question.
Yeah, sorry.
So describe
through
that,
you, Council President,
Sure.
that's the position that, I hate to mention names of individuals.
No, but just avoid the names. Just avoid the names. Just talk about the position itself.
It's the position that you have, the person that sits up front when you come in through City Hall. That individual's position. I don't have the job description before me. That is by ordinance. I don't know if the city clerk can provide the job by ordinance when we came here, and you can provide the city councilor with the response, because I personally don't have it, and I don't think HR has it either for now. But I think it's by ordinance, and you can find it on the, if you can be looked up.
All right. I guess we have no answer, but if we
I think
walk
I'm
in,
prepared
it's a
for
person that walk in,
position, because that
welcome
position
everybody
is
at
by
the city
ordinance
hall.
already. I don't know, can the city clerk,
She won't be able to pull it up right now.
I have it.
You have
I'm
it?
sorry,
Okay.
Councilor, there's no-
Council LaPlante have a point of information that he would like to provide.
Data entry clerk 2.1, 2.070. It says there is established in the office of the mayor the position of data entry clerk, which shall serve at the pleasure of the mayor. B, it's only 2 letters, B. The salary of the data entry clerk shall be the Bennett and Associates compensation plan, non-union, non-exempt, grade level 1. The data entry clerk shall be entitled to receive all benefits provided to non-union employees regularly employed in the administrative service of the city. And that's all we have on the data entry clerk
Grade
in our
level 1.
ordinance, and that was actually redone back in 2022.
All right.
Council President.
That's point of information, or you want to change the topic? Because Councilor Santiago still have the floor. Point of information in regard to this position? Point of information, Councilor Luzon.
Through you, Council President.
Sure.
May I ask a question?
No, that's not an point of information.
Related to the position.
Once you have the
Of
floor, you might.
clarification, Council President.
Yes, once
Thank
Councilor Santiago finishes with the floor, you will be able to take it. Councilor Santiago, you finished? All right, you good? Councilor Luzon?
I think I received a few emails in regards to this position. And the question should be if this position is needed. Nothing to do with the person that is in the position. If a position to greet people, to welcome people to City Hall, the person that is making $68,000 a year is necessary. That is the question. Can we have an intern? Because the person that is doing this job is a very capable young man. No discussion on that. Well, maybe this person should be moved to another department. But I mean, do we need someone making $68,000 to welcome people to City Hall? That is the concern, Council President.
Yeah.
And I would like
Mr.
someone
President.
from the mayor's office to answer.
Well, we have the senior advisor.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Council President. That position was created as City Council has read it in 2023 and was voted by the previous council. One of the reasons why, to my recollection, and correct me if I'm wrong, some of you that were in the previous City Council that was created, because the service here was bad. It was really bad. And no,
Advisor.
and no, it was in discussion, is by the video, that the people were not, that the people came to the city council. Sorry. Yeah, the city council came to you as a body and city councilors that complained that there was no service. People didn't know which department they had to go to. And we don't have that issue right now, and it's not my opinion. It has been brought up by several council members, and we worked on it. In addition to some of the work that this individual does, is that they enter information. That means if someone comes in, before they go to the city, to the mayor's office, if they could be helped through this immediately, then that person would enter the information, it's communicated through the mayor's office before they go upstairs and also with the department heads in order to resolve their situation. So that's the best I can say. In regards to the salary compensation, that came also before you, and before this body, and this body accepted the recommendation that was given at that time through the Collins Center, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
It's the,
Yes.
to you, Council President.
Councilor Luzon.
And I just asked my fellow council, if the ordinance is specific on having this person in front, welcoming people, so the ordinance is not specific. So there's nothing in the ordinance that says that he should be welcoming
Council
people that enters City Hall. People are concerned about the salary, not the capability of this young man. And
Through you, Mr. President.
And my question is, can this be done by an intern? That's what we're getting via emails.
Yeah, Councilor Luzon, that may be something that is decided by the mayor's administration. But just to clarify from the salary, I mean, it was mentioned on the ordinance that grade A was the salary assigned. Do you have the grades so we can have that?
I just wanted to clarify that the ordinance has a brief description of the position. The job description has all the duties and activities of a position.
The ordinance we have, the need of the position, the job description is the specific of the position.
So the Collins Center put the data entry clerk in we have a letter grade from A to H, and this is a G position, which is a range of 41,860 to 68,640. I'm not sure if the position, it's in the budget at 68,640. I'm not sure what the actual salary of that person is. It could be in that range somewhere, but it's in the budget for the 68,640.
So that's on the, I mean, there's a discrepancy based on what Councilor Plan read, and the grade. It says grade
I
A?
think that was referring to not the Bennett and Associates, which is an old non-union compensation plan.
Yep.
In the old ordinance.
Understood. The previous salary for those two positions were $129,000, which represent about $64,000 each. 64,500. That's what it was in the past. Now it's 68,640. Councilors, any other questions in regard to this specific?
Council President.
Councilor Rosario.
Through you. Colleagues, there's stuff in the budget that we cannot do. We cannot even discuss because we're not going to make any changes when it comes to that, and we just prolonged this meeting. So when we're going to ask a question besides that, I mean, now we're talking to people saying the salaries. Now we're talking to people saying if they're in the front of the city hall. There's nothing to do with this budget, to be honest with you. That could be a discussion that could be in another scenario. Nothing against anything that my colleague is saying, but we're prolonging this meeting already. And digging on the same item or the same issue, on the same people, on the same position, that we're not going to make any changes when it comes to that. Let's stick it to the budget and let's get it done if we're going to do it.
So just point of clarification on that. That's part of the budget, and the questions were in order. But I understand your point that there is a lot more important things on the budget that we should be discussing. But I can't not allow this discussion from happening. Councilors decide to speak on anything or any potential cut. There was some clarifications for a potential cut that we proposed. That's not happening. I mean, they haven't happened yet. I haven't heard anything, and I open the floor to any type of any other potential cut that the councilors has before I call the questions. Councilors, Councilor Reyes. Jesus Christ.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
I'm very upset because when we put on the front line our people, our employee, when we mention 68,000 and 640, what you mean? We talking about, you think it's too much? You think we not need it? Because our constituent mention how happy they are when they have wonderful people in the front to give you direction to the different departments. Give you the guideline and you find out what you're looking for. What is the reason we lost a lot of employees? Because we had low salary. When we compare with another city, we be at the low salary ever. I don't want to mention the salary from the administration, because when you compare with another city have more high salary. When you put in at the front line who is the description of what they do, or is necessary or not. Every employee is necessary. They do amazing job in our city. They represent us. They support our constituent. It's very simple to bring it out and mention, like we're talking about for less than $30 per hour. It's unacceptable.
All right, next questions, Councilor District D.
Council President.
Councilor District D, I'm going to recognize you first.
Well, I just wanted to respond to Councilor Reyes. By no means are we trying to, by asking certain questions, we're not trying to attack or insinuate that.
Councilor Son. Through the
No.
president, and that way we don't have arguments.
What was that, Councilor Son?
I mean, sorry, Councilor.
We're not trying to insinuate that our employees that work for the city are not deserving to be compensated properly. However, when you're looking at the budget and you're noticing from other departments, similar positions, with similar duties, similar responsibilities. For example, when you go to page 63, Office of Planning, and we're looking that the receptionist there is getting paid $45,000. Again, I'm not trying to say that they do the exact same thing, but when you're trying to compare to see why is it fair for this receptionist that may have probably similar duties is getting paid $45,000. So me as a counselor, if I'm gonna approve something, I want it to make sense and I want it to be justified.
All right, point well taken. Anybody else that would like to
Council
speak?
President.
Councilor Luzon. We are in the process of if we're gonna propose cut, let's propose cut. If it's
Yeah.
not, we need to call the question.
My last comment is just for the people that are watching and the people that are present. A new police officer makes $56,000 a year. So just to add to my colleague from District D, so the person that welcomes people in City Hall is making more than a police officer per year. So that is concerning. Thank you.
All right, any other potential cuts, councilors? Let's move forward from that, if it's not cut on that.
Page 32,
All right, page 32. Fund 1, Department 002, Division 0030. Where from there?
administration aid for special projects. There's a suggested raise of $20,000. Page 32.
Page 32.
Administration aid.
Administration aid for the special project. It is an increase of, a potential increase or proposed increase of 20,000 on there. The salary is 70. Currently, the proposed salary for the position went up to 90,000 with a total increasement of 20,000. Councilor Luzon, what do you want to do with it?
I'm going to suggest to cut that in half, maybe less than that, because it's a very good raise, $20,000.
So, Councilor Luzon, stick to the point. Do you want to propose a
Yes,
cut of
let me
$10,000?
finish my point, Council President. I'm going to propose a cut of $10,000.
All right, thank you so much, Councilor Luzon. It is a proposed cut of $10,000 on that specific line item. The Fund 01, Department 002, Division 030, a proposed cut of $10,000 on that. Can you hear a second? You guys follow? Can you hear a second? All right, it died for lack of second.
For discussion purposes.
Oh, for discussion
only.
purposes, Councilor LaPlante have a second the motion. Discussion, Councilor Luzon. What, there is no discussion?
No.
Okay.
Through you, Council President, I think a reasonable raise could be $10,000. I mean, asking us to approve $20,000 for an administration aide, a person that is not even, well, I think he covers, the job responsibilities is not what I see here. So not to get into whoever is doing this position. I think reasonable will be to request $20,000 and raise the salary up to
80,000.
80,000. It's
All right.
reasonable.
All right, point well taken, Councilor Luzon. Any other discussion? All right, here none. At this point, I call the question. So all those in favor, please say aye. Roll call, please.
Councilor Reyes.
No.
Councilor Marmal.
Yes.
Councilor Santiago.
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario.
No.
Councilor Luzon.
Yes.
Councilor LaPlante.
No.
Councilor Levy.
No.
Council Vice President Infante.
Yes.
Council President.
I vote yes. What's the count?
Motion is 5 for cut, and it's 5 to 4. 5 in
Miss-
favor.
5 in favor? So motion carries.
Carries, yeah.
All right, councilors, any other cut?
Page 32,
Page 32. So Fund 01, Department 002, Division 0030. Councilor Son.
Can I get the count again on that last one?
the count was,
Yes.
5 councilors in favor, councilors,
Can you count the name?
5 in favor and 4
carries.
against. You don't need the names, or?
Get the names,
Yes, please.
please.
So in favor of the item were councilors Marmal, Santiago, Luzon, Infante, and Council President Rodriguez. Those voting against it were Councilor Reyes, Council Del Rosario, Councilor LaPlante, and Councilor Levy.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilor Luzon, you have the floor.
Page 32, administrative aid for, I think it's community and constituent services. The office of the mayor is asking for a 14,000 raise. I'm suggesting to cut this in half, to do 7,000. It is reasonable.
All right, Councilor Luzon have proposed a cut on that specific for $7,000. Line item, on page 32, the mayor's office, and that is for the position specifically, administrative aid to constitution services. So the reduction of the potential $7,000, which is half of what is being proposed by the mayor. Can I hear a second?
Second.
It's been second by Councilor Santiago.
Discussion.
Discussion. Councilor Vice President Infante.
Thank you. For this specific admin aid for communications and constituent services, and I know we're not trying to make it about the individual, I'm making it solely about the job, and I honestly think this position needs a second person. I think what comes with this position is a lot. I see the individual everywhere, and I think particularly this position deserves like an assistant or something. I don't think it should be cut.
All right, any other discussions around this position?
I think.
Councilor Luzon.
Thank you, Council President. Through you, Council President. I think the mayor's office has 10, well, I don't think, I know that the mayor's office have 10 employees. 10?
Councilor Luzon, I think is 9 because one of them is being proposed to be cut on the proposed mayor's.
Oh, okay, 9. Thank you, Council President. Still a lot of people for one office. I think that, yes, this job has a lot of responsibility, but I think it's fair to say that $7,000 is a raise, is doable instead of $14,000. So that's a lot of money.
Councilors, any other questions? Councilors, any other questions around this? Any comments around this motion that we have in front of us? I hear none, so at this point I call the question. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any noes? Roll call, please.
Councilor Levy. No. Councilor LaPlante. Noted as absent. Councilor Luzon.
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario.
No.
Councilor Santiago.
Yes.
Councilor Marmal.
No.
Councilor Reyes.
No.
Council Vice President Infante.
No.
Council President Rodriguez.
Vote present.
Council President, I'd like to record my vote as a no on that. Thank you.
Being recorded. Any other motions to propose any potential cut, or we move forward to the question?
Council President, may I
Sure.
address the board?
Of course.
It appears to us out here that you are addressing individual salaries.
It can be done that way. We got it.
You are cutting the whole department.
Yep.
I just want everybody to be clear.
Mhm.
If I'm making $20,000 and you cut the budget and you think it's affecting me, the mayor can fund me the $20,000.
Yep.
You are not affecting that person. You are affecting the budget at whole.
The
So I
budget
just
of the
want that clear
department,
Because you've
yeah.
been mentioning like the person at the front door, we're gonna cut their salary. You're not cutting that person's salary. You're cutting no one's salary. You're cutting the budget for that whole department. But
Yep.
Council President,
Yeah,
Can
wait a minute, Councilor Luzon. Just to clarify from that, when it comes to cut, that's why I keep on mentioning fund, department, and division, not specifics. Other than that, it's the mayor gonna decide as of who is gonna be cut on there. Usually that tend to be based on seniority, but it's up to the mayor to change the salary arrangement.
It seems to be, people are mentioning a particular person, a people
No,
department.
that's not-
and that's not gonna happen.
That's not how it is. We
Council
understand.
President.
Councilor Luzon.
Thank you, Attorney, for the clarification. But we have the most expensive mayor's office in the state, I think. So if we can cut a little bit here and there, it will be beneficial for the entire community. But thank you for your clarification. Thank you.
So, Councilor
I just
Luzon,
wanted to
just,
further clarify, it's not the total budget, it's the personal services line item.
Yes.
On page 9 of your budget book is the appropriation order. I have, and the clerk has a new appropriation order reflecting the mayor's potential cuts. So basically, in the mayor's office, there is 4 line items: personal service, purchase service, supplies, and other charges. So in this case, you're reducing the personal services line item by the proposed amendment.
yep. Point well taken. Councilors, any other specific cuts that it would like to be proposed?
Okay.
Any others? All right, councilors, at this time, we're going to be calling the questions in regard to the entire budget with the proposed cut by the mayor, except the DPW department and the cuts that is being presented by the mayor regarding the DPW as known as and sanding. At this point, Madam Clerk, I would like to call a roll call for the vote for the proposed budget fiscal year 2025.
Council President, also the emergency management, 25,000.
Yeah, that was part of the recording, yeah. Any other cuts that was right after?
So this is the FY '25 budget with all the cuts as outlined, excepting there from the one DPW cut. That's what we're voting on right now.
It said by the entire budget for the department of the DPW and
Their cut.
the
okay.
cut that is being proposed by the mayor.
Okay. So this is the budget except for the DPW budget and except for the DPW cut. So I'm gonna start with Councilor Reyes.
To approve the budget?
Just to approve the budget as proposed with the specific cuts. And she was.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Councilor Marmal.
Yes.
Councilor Santiago.
No.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Councilor Luzon.
No.
Councilor LaPlante.
Yes.
Councilor Levy.
Yes.
Council Vice President Infante.
Yes.
Council President Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Budget
What's the
carries.
count?
It's 7-2.
7-2, motion carries.
And I
So
will-
now we're gonna entertain,
And I will excuse myself.
now we're gonna entertain the DPW portion. Guys, we haven't finished.
And I will
Uh,
excuse myself.
We're gonna entertain the
Excuse me.
budget, yes. The budget for the DPW, and the potential cut that the mayor have request. Only the DPW and the mayor's office cut. So councilors, at this point, I entertain a motion to, for the specific department as what is allowed by law that the council could do.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There is a motion to approve the budget for the DPW,
With the
properly
cut.
second.
Councilor, could you clarify, it's with the cut?
With the cut? Okay. With that specific cut by the council, by the mayor, that it was to reduce the snow and ice and sanding removal contract by the total amount of $250,000. Any questions in regard to that? This is, by the way, Madam Clerk, let's go to that specific department so we can, page 111. Page 111. And 112, 111 through 120, to 129. From 111 to 129. That specific budget of the DPW is for the total amount of,
Just, Council President, I think we want to go one more page beyond that.
oh yeah, 129 to 130.
Well, 130 is the cemetery is not. part of
Yeah,
the
it's not
cemetery.
part of it.
So just.
That's what, it's 129. 111 to 129. Councilors? Any questions in regard to the DPW? It's important to recognize that Councilor Del Rosario have recruited himself due to a potential conflict of interest. At this point, Councilors, we have a motion in front of us. It's been properly second. Discussion. Page 111. Give me a minute. Just gonna give it the chance to look at it. All right, councilors, at this point, I will entertain and call the question. If it is not potential cut, we entertain the question as is. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Roll call, please.
Councilor Levy?
Yes.
Councilor LaPlante?
Yes.
Councilor Luzon?
We approving, can you repeat the motion?
The motion is to approve the DPW with a specific cap of the total amount of 250,000 from the, as known as removal. So that's for the DPW only.
Abstain? With the motion, Council President.
All right, the motion, let me go back just for the fact that we are dealing with the budget and this is an important vote. The motion right now, Councilor Luzon, was, the previous motion was to accept the budget, except for the DPW, due to one councilor that have a potential conflict of interest. Now, we are, that councilor, which is Councilor Rosario, have leave the room due to a potential conflict of interest. And now we are entertaining the motion to approve the DPW budget with the proposed cut by the mayor's office for the amount of $250,000 for the snow and ice account. That was the motion that was made by Councilor Levy, was seconded by Councilor Reyes. And at that point, we mentioned the page of the DPW budget, which is from page 111 to page 129. Therefore, we ask any councilor if they have any potential cut as we did it with the main budget. At that point, there was no councilor that proposed any budget, and I call the question. Any questions on that?
Council President, but I misunderstood. I do have a cut to propose in one of the, I have a proposed cut for the budget, for the DPW budget. Are we going to have an opportunity to discuss it?
If you propose the cut, I'll entertain it.
Okay. So I'm going to vote no.
Point of department.
So you're not proposing the cut? We're moving on with the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any noes?
But she was confused.
Councilor LaPlante, I explained it, and then we are actually calling the question again. Yes, we are. Any nays? Any noes?
Through you, Mr. President.
We are calling the question. This is the second time I explain it. So, any nays? Any noes? Roll call.
Counselor Levy? Yes. Counselor LaPlante?
Yes.
Counselor Luzon?
No.
Counselor Del Rosario is noted as recusing himself. Counselor Santiago?
Abstain.
Counselor Marmal?
Voting right now for the DPW budget. It's DPW.
Okay, okay. Let's finish with the roll call.
Counselor Reyes?
Yes.
Counselor Vice President Infante?
What is the count?
Because there's some confusion, I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
Council President Rodriguez?
What's the count?
Through you, Mr. President.
I'll vote yes. And now motion fail. At that point, councilors, we can for the purpose of the budget, we can propose a new budget with a reduction of a specific amount. That will be in order. It could be a dollar amount, a different amount of the DPW budget. 111.
Council President.
I'd like to make a motion.
Councilor LaPlante.
I'd like to make a motion that we have an additional $1 cut to the DPW budget.
Okay. The motion is in order. The Council District F have proposed the budget of the DPW with a specific cuts from the mayor?
It includes the specific, everything's identical to the previous motion, just DPW, no other department, minus $1 more.
$1 more. That motion is in order, and it's been properly second. Discussion.
Who seconded that?
Councilor Reyes.
Thank you.
So the total amount of cut will be for the total amount of $251,000. $250,001.
And I take that out of the, DPW sanitation.
Sing us the snow and ice?
Snow and ice, yeah, let's make it easy. Thank you.
Yes, sing us the snow and ice.
Council President.
Now we have another motion on the floor. And if it is any potential cut that councilors want to propose, we can do that. If it is any potential, we can either approve, deny, or cut the budget. Those are the three options we have. A motion without a specific cuts have been proposed. Council Vice President Infante.
Thank you. You just summarized. I wanted to make sure that my colleagues understood what is happening right now, what we're about to vote on, or make cut suggestions, or it's specifically just for DPW. I just want to make sure that everyone's on the same page.
Yeah. So the reason why we're doing this way is because there is a potential conflict of interest from Councilor De Rosario, which he left the room because of that. That was the reason why we split the budget into two. Councilors, at this point, are going to entertain any motion as on top of the underlying motion or part of the underlying motion. Councilor Santiago. You asked for the floor before. Councilor Song, you asked for the floor before. So.
When I asked the floor, it's about, because I was lost in the vote
Perfect.
before.
Yeah. So now if we vote it, the difference will be that we actually proposing a cut of $250,001 out of the snow and ice account. Any other proposed? All right.
Council President,
Councilor Son.
I propose to cut one of the, can I refer to the position?
No.
Or I need to refer to the amount? $95,000.
Out of the
113.
out of the Fund 01, Department 040, Division 068, out of the personal services, salaries and wages of the DPW, you are proposing a cut of how much? $95,000. There is a proposed cut of $95,000 on that specific account. Fund 01, 0040, Division 068, and then on the personal services, permanent salaries. Any questions in regard to these councilors? I mean, there was somebody seconded? There is no second on the motion?
Second.
Oh, Councilor Santiago just seconded the motion. Any discussions on this, Councilor? If there is any clarification from the administration, we entertain it. Director Hammond, do you have any explanation?
In regards to, sorry, my apologies, what's the question?
Yeah, he was following it.
Who?
He will get it.
New Councilors Jorge Jaime, DPW Director, 200 Common Street. You have a specific question?
If you have anything to say on that position, I know that you've been advocating for it, just to be fair to the process.
Yeah, the positions are really needed. We, did all the process coming in front of you. You approved the positions, you approved the salaries, and we went to the proper channels. I think, leaving me with my deputies is gonna delay in service. That's what I think, because I cannot do everything by myself. It's a huge department, and because political reasons, I think we cannot.
No, Councilor. I mean,
yeah.
Just stick to the needs of the department around the position, please.
Yeah, as I explained it, I really need the positions.
All right. Any other comments, concerns, or questions around this specific cut? It is important to recognize that the cut is not for a specific person, it is for the department. That specific cut doesn't reflect necessarily on a specific position. That specific cut will reflect into the personal services as explained previously by the city attorney and the CAFO. That specific cut will be for as the desire of the DPW and the mayor, the DPW director and the mayor eventually. Just to be clear. Any other questions and concern or clarifications on that? At this point, I will call the question. All those in favor about the cut of $95,000 out of the account Fund 01, Department 040, Division 068, out of the personal services. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Roll call, please.
Councilor Levy?
No.
Councilor LaPlante?
No.
Councilor Luzon?
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario is noted as recusing himself. Councilor Santiago?
Yes.
Councilor Marmal?
No.
Councilor Reyes?
No.
Council Vice President Infante?
No.
Council President Rodriguez?
About present. All right, any other proposed cut, councilors, on this department? Any other proposed cut on this department? At this time, I call the questions. All those in favor for the proposed budget for the DPW, except for the cut that the mayor proposed of $50,001. Please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any noes? Roll call, please.
To prove everything, yeah, is on the DPW side.
The DPW side only.
Yep.
And that will conclude the budget discussion.
Councilor Reyes?
Yes.
Councilor Marmal?
Yes.
Councilor Santiago?
No.
Councilor Del Rosario is noted as having recused himself. Councilor Luzon?
No.
Councilor LaPlante?
Yes.
Councilor Levy?
Yes.
Council Vice President Infante?
Yes.
Council President Rodriguez?
I vote yes. Councilors, at this time, I entertain any other motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Hey, before we adjourn, councilors, give me 1 minute.
Before you adjourn, you need to take a vote on the total budget.
Yes.
So we need to give you a new total.
Exactly, that's what I was looking for. Councilors, we need to entertain a motion that, I'm looking for a motion to approve the entire budget as presented and as voted.
To approve the entire budget.
As presented and as voted with the different cuts.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilor Plan. I mean, there was a second?
I second.
Council, yes. I don't think it's really needed, but I mean.
There have been times in the past where we actually had a number and they had to crunch it
Yeah.
before we voted on it. And I think that's what they're doing now.
Yeah. Ramona, can we get a number? Ramona, can we get it right away or we need a few minutes? All right, motion to recess, Councilor.
Motion to recess for 5 minutes, or
All right.
if additional minutes
There is
if
a motion
needed.
to recess, Councilors. Can you hear a second?
Second.
Properly second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. No se vayan. No te vayas. Really? Ramona, can we
All those roll calls, you're gonna make
No, let's take a roll call.
You do this one, roll call, and then this one.
Councilors, can I get a motion to get out of recess?
Motion to resume from recess.
There's a motion on the table, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Councilors, we need 4 motions. One that is for the new general fund, the total amount. And the other one that is for the enterprise accounts, the APR, the cemetery, and the parkings. The water and sewer, the APR, and the parking. All right, but the first one we're gonna take is that the total new general fund for the fiscal year 2025 proposed by the Mayor Brian E. De Peña for the total amount of $313,909,309. So let me repeat that amount again is $390,913,309. That's for the general fund. Councilors, can I get a motion? Can I get a motion to approve this fiscal year 2025 with this amount?
Second.
There is a motion on the table, properly second. Any discussion? No discussion at this time. I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The roll call, please.
Counselor Levy.
Yes.
Counselor LaPlante.
Yes.
Counselor Luzon.
No.
Counselor Del Rosario is noted as absent. Counselor.
Who? He'll be recused. He's gonna vote on that. Because of the general.
Gotcha. Counselor Santiago.
No.
No, because that's including the DPW. You put a.
Counselor Marmal.
Yes.
Counselor Reyes.
Yes.
Council Vice President Infante.
Yes.
Council President Rodriguez.
I vote yes. Now, councilors, we need 3 more votes for the enterprise funds. The first one that I'm going to entertain, councilors, is the parking garage and lot enterprise account. That is for the total amount of $867,789. Councilors, can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Please?
Second.
There is a motion on the table, properly second. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any noes? The ayes have it. Councilors, now we need another vote for the enterprise fund related to the APR of the city of Lawrence for the total amount of $712,190. Can I get a motion for that?
Motion to approve.
Second.
There is a motion to approve, properly second. Discussion. Councilors, any questions? I hear none, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. So now we need a motion for the enterprise fund related to the water and sewer enterprise. That is for the total amount of $21,755,899.
Motion to approve.
There is a motion to
Second.
approve the enterprise fund for the water and sewer department, properly second. Discussion. I hear none. At this point, I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Councilors, with that said, we finished the discussion and approval of the fiscal year 2025. I would like to say thank you to everybody that was involved in the process, all the councilors that took the time to evaluate, to analyze, and to vote on this. Mr. Caffo, thank you so much for every work that you have put into this fiscal year 2025 budget. The administration, thank you for listening to the councilors when it comes to the proposed increased taxes, and to all the councilors and all the administration that have something to do with the budget, but more importantly, everybody that work in the city of Lawrence and on this city hall. Thank you so much for everything you have done for the city. So at this point, I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
There is a motion to adjourn, properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you so much.